Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock a.m. and welcome all members of council this morning in attendance, along with Clearwater County staff who will provide us with facts and information today so that we can make the best decisions on behalf of the residents and businesses and stakeholders of Clearwater County. I'd also like to welcome all the members of the public this morning, and I'd also like to welcome the media that are viewing online or in attendance today. Are there any indications of any conflicts of interest from any members of council this morning on any agenda items here today? Seeing none. I would also like to remind everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per Access to Information Act Sections 4 and Protection of Privacy Act Sections 2, 4, and 5. Looking at today's agenda, do any council members have any additions or deletions to today's agenda? Seeing none, I'd be looking for a motion then to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Humphrey, you make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. I'll call the question. All those in favour? And that motion is carried. Looking into the regular council meeting minutes of March 10th, 2026, were there any errors or omissions noted in those minutes? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes as written. Councillor Letwin, you'd like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to accept the previous minutes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin to adopt the March 10th, 2026 meeting minutes from that regular council meeting. Seeing no questions or discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favour? That motion is supported by council. Moving into item 4.1 of today's agenda, we have a public hearing for Bylaw 26077 for application number 0326 to amend the land use bylaw. So I'll call the public hearing to order at 9:02, and I'll explain the process. During this public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us, as this process will take longer than our past process as we work through the technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favour or opposition to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you are watching the hearing on the Council YouTube channel, it is best you mute YouTube and listen via the online meeting, as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided and we will add you back into the meeting. Process. Firstly, I will outline the process to be used here. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization and whether they are in favour or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the public or audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and that also breaks will be taken during the hearing will be called by the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application, then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the applications. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out, and anyone who is present or in person and whomever is in favour of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go online and ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favour of the application. So following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, and first for in-person participants and then to online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we'll take one quick moment here to do a quick round of introductions. And we'll start with Ward 1.
Good morning. Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning. Hazen Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott Reeve and Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Morning, Vic. Kim Gillum, Manager Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Morning, Vic. Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Morning.
And at this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Bisson to present the background information on this item.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Good morning, Council. Edward Barnard Professional Corporation and Annegret Coates Professional Corporation currently hold title to the Southwest 4, 38-4, containing 154 acres. The subject land is located approximately 1 kilometer east of the Evergreen Community Hall. Vic Maxwell, on behalf of the landowners, has made application to redesignate 5 acres located in the southwest corner of the quarter section from Agricultural District A to Country Residential Agricultural District CRA. The proposed developed 5-acre CRA parcel is described as being gently rolling land. The proposed parcel is surrounded by a shelter belt and also contains approximately 1.5 acres of naturally wooded area in the northern portion. The proposed parcel contains a residence, barn, and 7 accessory buildings. A second older residence is also located within the proposed parcel. However, it is being used as an accessory building for storage. The applicant has indicated that the existing services include a water well and septic field. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 4-4 adjacent to the west property boundary. The balance of the subject land can be described as mainly cleared pasture land. The first residential parcel was registered in 2014 and is located in the south central portion of the quarter. There are a few well sites located in the central portion, west central portion, and northwest portions of the quarter section. There are also a few pipelines that cross through the quarter. Access to the remainder can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 4-4 adjacent to the west property boundary and Township Road 38-0 adjacent to the south property boundary. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with a subdivision process to create separate title to the proposed 5-acre CRA parcel. The applicant is present and able to speak to the proposal today. So I will skip ahead because this is fairly straightforward residential parcel that you guys are familiar with. Policy considerations. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 5-acre residential parcel in the southwest corner of the quarter. Legal and physical access to exist. Staff have reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact the existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel would continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. So at the regular council meeting held on February 24th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 26-07. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon their representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 26-077. Thank you.
Thank you for the background report on this item, Mr. Bisson. And I'd like to invite the applicant to outline any reasons or the reasons for this application, if you choose.
Thank you. My name is Vic Maxwell. I think you all know me, but I'm a rancher, Clearwater County for 50 years and a realtor for 48 years. I feel qualified to comment on this application. I know the applicants very well. I sold them this parcel 12 or 13 years ago. The mobile home that was put on the parcel was put on by the applicant to help pay for the purchase. The buildings on this acreage are old. I think the house is probably between 70 and 80 years old and is no longer in use, but is used as a storage building. The acreage is primarily the mobile home. There is no part of this acreage is used in the applicant's farm operation, not even 1 acre. It's all part of this acreage is rented with the mobile home. The applicants, as I've stated at the first reading, and I wish to thank the council for approving the parcel at first reading, and thank the planners for their input. We have reduced the acreage from the 5 acres in the sketch. We have reduced the acreage to 4.5, reducing, pulling in the north boundary and also pulling in the east boundary, enough to bring it down to 4.5 acres. This parcel, I'm asking that you give it favorable consideration because it is not a reduction of any agricultural land. It is a rental property. Renters are good, but not permanent. The renters change at least once a year, and as I've said, most renters are good, and some of them are very good. The last renter that left this property, it took 4 days with a pickup and a small trailer to clean up the garbage left in the outbuildings and around the yard. And that's quite a drag on a farming operation. I think that a parcel like this, having said that, these parcels are very valuable for a number of reasons. The primary reason is that it's a starter parcel. It's a parcel that will sell in $300,000 to $400,000 range, which is affordable for a young family starting out. And it's a place where a young family can start, have some livestock and some hobbies, and build equity. And I can tell you from long experience that the high percentage of parcels in this nature are sold generally to grandkids, grandkids, and great-grandkids of the original settlers in the district. And it's these acreages that keep our community halls and community sports grounds alive. The farm population, you all know that by nature of economics and progress, the farm population continues to dwindle. And without these acreages, our communities like Buster Creek, Hardendale and Everdale, and Evergreen, Leedale, I could name 15 of them. It's the acreage population that keeps these small communities alive. I just think that these parcels like this are scarce. They're important for that reason, that this acreage is a half a mile from the Evergreen Community Hall. We get to know our renters. I know these renters fairly well. I have been agent for the applicant for all of that time. They own 3/4 in this district. They are out on a regular basis doing their own fencing, their own weed spraying. They have their own cattle. They both work in Red Deer, so they live in Red Deer. But they're very aware of what goes on and get to know who the renters are. I don't think that any of the renters, just by nature, jobs change and renters change. and renters move on. But a young family living in this parcel, it has a usable barn, it has a usable chicken house, it's sheltered, it's in a great location. A young family in this location would be a great asset to the community of Evergreen. Unfortunately, as I said, jobs change and renters move. So I just would like to ask you to consider it favorably, because I think it not only makes good sense, it's good public relations to approve a county once in a while, an acreage once in a while, and it's good business for the county. Makes a taxpayer out of the residents of this acreage, and as a general rule, I've lived here my whole life. I can tell you that I know that all of these communities that I've mentioned, like Evergreen, and like Hardendale and Everdale and Buster Creek, the people that keep those communities alive are the acreage owners. And those acreage owners are the kids and grandkids and great-grandkids of the original settlers. And these acreages are vitally important to every district. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your opinions. I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Bisson for comments received from any referral agencies.
Thank you, Reeve. Alberta Energy Regulator indicated that there's a 100-meter setback from the wellheads located on the southwest 4, 38-4, and the southeast 5, 38-4. Measurements from those wellheads indicate that the property boundaries fall outside of the setback requirement. Alberta Health Services sent their standard setback requirements for the well and septic systems and for a developed site. They have no objection to the approval of this application. Blue Mountain Power Co-op will require a utility right-of-way as the overhead power line does cross through the proposed parcel. Clearwater County assessment, if approved, the assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the subdivision will be assessed under the residential class. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure, they reviewed the proposal and indicated that the existing road access meets county standard and no construction is required. Road widening will be requested during the subdivision application process. Regional Fire had no concerns or comments regarding the land use amendment. TELUS had no concerns or comments on the proposed activities. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on March 11th. MPC defeated a motion that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the Land Use Amendment Application 0326. The MPC provided the following reasons for the decision. It does not meet policy as it is out of the area of a hamlet. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to any of the, add any comments in support of the request and respond to any of the agency comments that were just outlined by Mr. Bisson.
I would just like to point out that this parcel was serviced by a lagoon for probably at least 50 or 60 of those 75 or 80 years. And that lagoon is visible outside of the acreage. There's a darker green spot. The lagoon has been taken out of service and it's filled and is now part of that field. This aerial photo is not up to date. In anticipation of this application, the owners took the lagoon out of service and it has been filled in as part of the field, and they installed a proper septic tank, 2-compartment septic tank, and three long laterals which lie in a north-south direction in that eastern portion of the acreage. That the lagoon was probably not even quite legal when it was installed 50 or 60 years ago. It's fairly close, the lagoon was fairly close to the road. But it's considerable expense to take it out of service and to put in the septic system.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. At this time, I'd like to invite any comments from any members of the public who are in attendance in person at the meeting and wishing to speak in favor of this application. Are there any members of the public that are in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in favor of this application? I'm seeing none. I'd like to invite any comments from any members of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in favor of this application. Ms. Thompson, do we have any members who are in attendance virtually this morning?
Good morning, Reeve and Council. We do not have any members in attendance virtually this morning.
Thank you for that. And to the Development Officer, in regards to any written submissions in favor of this request, do we have any written submissions?
No submissions were received.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Moving on to members of the public who are in attendance here this morning and wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Are there any members from the public that are in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition of this application? Seeing none. Ms. Thompson, I would like to ask you again if there are any members of the community that are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition of this application.
No members of the public are registered virtually.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thompson. And Mr. Bisson, do we have any written submissions that are in opposition of this request?
No submissions were received.
Thank you very much. I guess I would like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks.
I think I've had enough to say. I'd just like to say that, in my opinion, three important things. This acreage makes good sense. It's good public relations. It's good business for the county. It's good business for the community of Evergreen. Residents for these small communities are vitally necessary. We all know what's happening to our farming communities. Farms get larger, population gets smaller. The community of Evergreen is an active little community. Even my family has held some of our family events at Evergreen in the past. That community depends on the people that live within a 5-mile radius of that community hall, and people are important.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Maxwell. At this time, we'll close the public hearing at 9:23, and will be no motions entertained on this agenda item. So the public hearing is closed, and we will move on in our agenda to item 5.1, which is consideration of second and third readings to bylaw 26077, application number 0326 to amend the land use bylaw on page 33 of today's agenda, and I'll pass the floor over to administration to present this.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 26-077 is to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate 5 acres of the Southwest 4, 38-4 from agricultural district A to country residential agricultural district CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to a developed 5-acre CRA parcel. At the regular council meeting held on February 24th, 2026, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 26-077 as required by legislation. Notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 26-077. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor for comments, questions, or motions from members of council. Are there any members of council wishing to speak in favor of this application? Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Just, I had a question on,
Absolutely.
for administration. So let's say this is approved. What's stopping the applicants from building another home on that quarter section?
They own 3 quarters in this area and have a future building site picked on one of the other quarters. This particular parcel, it's a marginal parcel with a lot of little pothole sloughs on it. One of the other quarters that they own has a site that they picked, and preparations are being made. There's actually some cat work happening this year, but it's a future. They both, as I said before, they're both doctors. One's the anesthetist at the Red Deer General. The other lady is, she's a physician at the walk-in clinic in Red Deer. Both are very busy with their jobs. At this point, they can't live on the property, but it's a future intent, and the building site, future building site is not on this quarter, but another quarter close by.
Do you have further comments or
I
questions?
was just curious, like, they can build a home on that egg?
Absolutely, yeah. If this was subdivided off, a permitted use on a quarter section is a residence, so they could apply for.
And it doesn't go to council, and then
No, it
in the
would be
future, potentially, they could keep chipping away at these chunk of land?
It would go to, because it's permitted use, administration would make the decision on a residence on the quarter.
Gotcha, thank you.
Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
Just to Councillor McCauley, I've been doing lots of reading on the MDP and the LUB. Actually, they could put 3 more houses on the quarter section without coming to council. So the remainder, if they were to take those 2 subdivisions off, they could actually put 3 houses on, and they would not need to come to council for approval to do that.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess just to quickly clarify, and something else with regards to that point is, even with that parcel intact with the quarter, they can still put 2 more residences on that quarter section. There's nothing stopping them from building, whether that acreage comes in or out.
Present bylaws allow two residences on a parcel that is more than 80 acres. If it's 80 acres or 88 or 80.1, if it's 79.9, 1 residence. 80 acres, 2 residences.
I would like to just clarify the number of dwellings that would be permitted on a parcel that is 80 acres and larger, and parcels that are smaller than 80 acres. If you could just confirm the number of dwellings that would be permitted on those parcel sizes, please, Mr. Bisson.
Sure. So a parcel over 80 acres in size, you would be allowed 2 residences. A third residence would be considered for farm operations and farm help.
It's just 3.
Sorry, just 3 that are permitted. And then a secondary suite would be considered as well.
No, it's part of the 3.
Okay,
Ms. Gillum, go ahead, please.
okay.
Sorry, I'm just gonna, I know it's 3, so whether that's 3 full residences or 2 regular residences and a secondary suite, it's just 3 total, and then under 80 acres, it's 2.
Okay, so we have clarity. So 3 dwellings on 80 acres and larger, and 2 dwellings on smaller parcels less than 80 acres. Councillor McCauley, do you have further? No, okay. Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Jan could scroll down to, on the initial application, page 15. No, the other way on the maps, please.
Oh.
One more, no. There we go, thank you. I just wanted to let everybody see how many residences are already in that particular area. Half mile from Evergreen, or 1 mile from Evergreen, pardon me.
And there's potential for 3 dwellings on the 80-acre parcels and larger. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for putting that up on screen for us. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Bisson, this acreage that is here, does it meet all the criteria for the MDP and the LUB as it stands?
Yes, it would, Councillor Cermak.
So all of our bylaws and policies that are in place right now, this subdivision meets all of that?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Then I will be voting in favor of this acreage.
Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I'd just like to read something from the MDP. May is a discretionary term which provides notification that the policy in question can be enacted or required if county chooses to do so. So, since there's so much confusion currently, I believe that if we read 10.2.2, it says may. Just for clarification for everybody listening.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Being that I'm familiar with this area and recently canvassed in this area for election, it was made quite clear by the vast majority of landowners in that area that they were not favorable of the third parcel out or more acreages. There was...
I'm sorry, it's not a third parcel out. This is a second parcel out.
Mr. Maxwell, I apologize, but could I just continue my statement?
At this time, we'll allow council members to have the opportunity to ask questions for clarification and provide comments. Please continue, Deputy Reeve.
I'll correct myself with the creation of a third title or the second parcel out, however you wish to read that, however you wish to word it. And a lot of the reasoning for that is because we're taking away the ability for young people to start farming because we're allowing people that don't live in this county to buy land here and to subdivide it and to profit off of it, which artificially inflates the price of land in this county, and it negates the opportunity for young people to start farming. Whereas this parcel, with the way it's set up right now, would be a perfect opportunity for a young family to start their own farm. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Deputy Reeve, Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, I also agree with that we do allow people from outside to come in and buy acreages. That's what keeps our county growing. And not only that, but if you do let some subdivisions happen, that does benefit the farmer in estate planning, succession planning. Sons can buy an acreage, they can't afford a quarter, they can live on this land and still help the family farm. I think this tool just gives farmers in this area and ranchers options. And that's what I'm kind of behind, that we need to give people options in this day and age. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Cermak, Deputy Reeve, you've got the floor. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just to quickly clarify, I wasn't stating that I want to deter people from moving to the area by buying an acreage. My statement was that by allowing people outside of the county, wealthy investors, big corporations, large oil and gas companies, to buy land in this county and subdivide off 2 acreages, it's turning into a profit center that artificially inflates the land and prevents young people in this county from having the opportunity to farm. If these policies did not exist, we would not need cheap acreages for young people to buy.
Okay, so thank you for the discussion from all council members. So be looking for either a motion or if there are any other members of council that would like to speak in support of this application. Mr. Maxwell, go ahead, please.
I would just like to comment again that the circumstances which have brought farmland all over North America to unprecedented highs are not just common to Evergreen, they're common everywhere. And the fact of the matter is, I've helped all the members of my family to own land. And I just know from experience, I've been here all my life, and young people cannot start buying quarter sections. There are no quarter sections left that a young working couple can buy. I'm not trying to say that I don't agree with the principle. That would be great if they could. But we're dealing here with the facts of life. Everybody is today. There's no young couple can walk in and buy quarter section, $1 million quarter sections and think that they can farm it. But the acreages, they're buying acreages, a previous parcel this past year in 25, similar $300,000 to $400,000 range with farm buildings and a mobile home. And the list of potential buyers were all rural. They were all from this same Leslieville, in the Leslieville area. Parcel was in the Leslieville area. All of the people interested in the acreage were grandkids and great-grandkids of the people in the original district. And I've experienced this my whole life. But these people need a place to start to build equity. They may have full intentions of being a farm or taking over a parent's farm or a grandparent's farm in the long run. But as a young person, it's just not quite happening. There are no young people buying quarter sections unless a grandfather steps in and writes a check. It's just a fact of life.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask that further comments from council or a motion to be entertained to focus discussion on a motion.
Make a motion?
Deputy Reeve, if you would like to make the motion for second reading?
Yes, I will make the motion that council consider second reading for this bylaw 26077.
Okay, thank you for the motion. So we do have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to grant second reading to bylaw 26077 for application number 0326 to amend the land use bylaw. Are there any final comments? Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
I would like a recorded vote, please.
Okay, Councillor Cermak has requested a recorded vote. Are there any final comments or any discussion further on this application? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. Thank you for coming in today, and we will be moving on in our agenda to item 5.2. 5.2 is first reading of bylaw 26084 for application number 0826 to amend the land use bylaw. It is on page 38 of today's agenda. And at this time, I'd like to invite administration to present this item.
Thank you, Reeve. So Solo Micro Suites, Inc. currently holds title to Plan 3067 ET Block 1, Lots 14 through 17, containing 24,800 square feet. The subject land is located at 5103 50th Street in the hamlet of Caroline. Carly Ukkonen has made application on behalf of the company to redesignate all of the subject property from Hamlet Commercial Mixed Use District, HCM, to Hamlet Multiple Dwelling District, HMD. The parcel is developed with a 25-unit motel that has been converted to micro suites. Topography can be described as flat with a paved parking lot between the front of the structure and 50th Street. There are some storage units along the north property boundary of the subject lands. Access to the parcel will remain the same and can be obtained from 50th Street adjacent to the west property boundary or from the lane adjacent to the south property boundary. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly hamlet commercial mixed use to the south and mainly hamlet residential to the north, east, and west. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with a development permit application for the legalization of the dwelling multi-unit, which could provide for low-cost living in the hamlet. The applicant is present and willing to speak to the proposal. Has council had an opportunity to review the policy? All right. I will move into policy considerations. So the proposed redesignation would allow for the intensification of the hamlet's population, which is in line with the former village's MDP. The proposal promotes the development of a compact community, maximizing the efficiency of existing infrastructure. The proposal allows for a variety of housing forms. The proposal would not exceed the minimum and maximum housing type options listed in the MDP Section 6 subsection 3. The minimum off-street parking requirements can be met. The proposal may not meet MDP Policy 6 subsection 4C, as adjacent properties are hamlet commercial mixed use and hamlet residential and not hamlet multiple dwelling, which is being proposed. The lot is considered a transitional lot between the different uses. The former Village of Caroline issued Development Permit 2024-02, approving the renovation and upgrades to the motel. The development permit issued allowed for the installation of kitchenettes in each room and indicated rentals from daily to monthly use. So it's our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 26-084 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson, for the background report on this item. And I'd like to welcome the applicant to council chambers, and maybe we'll just do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1.
Good morning. My name is Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazel Letwin, Ward 2 Council.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Deputy Reeve.
Good morning again. Welcome to council chambers, George Scott Reeve and Ward 4 Councillor.
Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Acting Director of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Can we continue? Hi, good morning. I'm Carly Joy Ukonen, owner of Solar Micro Suites.
Hey, I'm the partner, Justin.
To you.
Welcome to council chambers. And at this time, the floor is open for council members to ask any questions, or we can entertain a motion. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, Ms. Gillum, can you explain that the proposal may not meet Policy 6, Section 4C? Or Mr. Bisson, can you explain to me so that I understand this fully, exactly what you're saying here? It says it doesn't meet it, but you're applying for it anyway.
So that section of the bylaw just indicates that the adjacent properties should be of a similar use. Because this is a transitional lot, I guess it technically does meet that policy. They're going from hamlet commercial to hamlet mixed use residential, so it's a little bit more intense. But the hamlet commercial was fairly intense anyway with the motel being there. So the transitional lot would, I guess, allow to meet the adjacent land uses in the area.
So do we need to change something in our bylaw or policy so that this can happen? Because when that hotel was full, it was just as busy as it is now. Actually, it was actually busier. I remember when that hotel was super busy. There was parking out on the street even. And that isn't happening now.
I would argue that because this is essentially a transitional lot. You're beside residential to the north and commercial to the south. I think it does, it could be considered, it's a policy we need to consider. But you know, I would argue that it does meet said policy.
Okay, then I'm good with it. Thank you. If you figure it meets it, I'm okay with that. I think you explained it very well. Thank you.
Are there any other comments, questions, or council members wishing to make a motion at this point in time? Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
I'm just wondering, I'll address this to the applicants. Going from a motel to the micro suites, which are rented out on a monthly basis, correct?
Necessarily monthly, so how it worked originally, do you want me to speak to it? Yeah. Originally, the hotel was actually empty and abandoned, so we've done a full renovation on it to allow there to actually be utilized instead of be an abandoned location. So we've done a full renovation flip on it, so what we do now is generally we prefer up to a year leases because we have had tenants in there that are now long-term, some that of them have come from the actual community itself, from either young children that lived on farms with their parents that now just wanted to live outside, or elderly people that can't have their acreages anymore that are wanting to still stay inside Caroline. So our mindset was taking, really, it was his mindset, he did a great job on it, is making affordable living essentially for people in smaller communities to allow people to be able to stay and reside inside of them because there wasn't a lot of housing. So that's where we converted it essentially.
Okay, and how, the units, like some are, most of them are just one bedroom, right?
They're studio style, that's how it works. So what we have 23 units that are studio style and then 2 that are one bedroom suites.
One bedroom?
Yeah, one bedroom suites, yeah.
And it's monthly.
No.
It's monthly and then 6 months lease and then 1 year leases. So I guess from going from motel, I think anything over 6 months, you have to go to this, whatever you call it, what's the amendment, I guess?
Okay.
Anything over 6 months, you have to have it as apartment building.
Okay. Okay, because I just, and I, the driving behind my questions on that is because I know seems to be a bit of an influx in Caroline of less desirable.
I know there is a corner motel where there's been a bit of issues because I manage social media and our emergency response line and everything 24/7. So for ourselves, I know from social media, there has been from the motel portion a little bit of issue because people that are coming and going. For ourselves though, we're very adamant. Where maybe in a few times in a year, we maybe have one bad tenant that comes in, but we get them out. Because for us, we want Caroline to stay small, community led. So for ourselves, we have cameras set up. We have long-term residents. Most of them are older. So we do keep it very much in check to make sure it's a safe community. And we have a full application process as well for people that do come in. And we also meet people in person as well, so that we can vet them personally. So we like to make sure it still has that community feel because we've kind of created a little community in itself. So if that's what you're alluding to, but feel free to ask more.
That is exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah.
And that's awesome to hear that you were ahead of the curve on that.
Yes.
And looking after the community. Because I was looking at this map that's on the screen right now, and of course you can see all the residential all around it to the north, the east, and the west. And that was my concern, what if we get a bunch of less than desirable people in there that you had,
Correct.
that you had controls in place?
We do, so that's the way that I think of it is, like, when we did renovations, we were there with our children. Like, and for ourselves, we have a few friends that live there, so I very much, we don't want to put in housing that is going to bring in riffraff, essentially. So, and of course, with any type of place where you have a condo, some are going to break through the cracks, but we go to RTDS when that's required, and we make sure we remove them immediately. So we're not going to say that it never happens, it does sometimes, but we make sure that they get out right away, because we make sure the vetting process is there. So for ourselves, we live quite right close. So we instantly emergency response, we come in if ever there's a situation as well. We also allow basically, like he had mentioned, normally monthly up to the year leases, but most residents right now are yearly leases and long-term residents actually, which is, we never expected this. So we actually, it's kind of interesting how it's happened. But we definitely want to keep in mind that Caroline is a small hamlet, like town, and we want to make sure that we bring in the right people, not the wrong people. So I myself, I do personally vet it because it also makes our life worse if we don't let good people in, because then we're dealing with their emergency response line, which is why we do it, and we don't want another company to be doing it. So we all handle it ourselves between the two of us.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
I'd like to make the motion that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 26/084 and proceed to a public hearing.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Are there any further discussion? Seeing none. So we do have a motion by Councillor McCauley to grant first reading bylaw 26/084 and proceed to a public hearing. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you for coming into council chambers. At this time, I think we are going to take a short recess and we'll return back at 10 o'clock. Welcome back to the regular council meeting here for Tuesday, March 10th, 2026, and we'll be moving on in today's agenda to item 5.3, first reading of bylaw 26080 for application number 0726 to amend the land use bylaw. It is on page 53 of today's agenda, and I'll invite Ms. Gillum to present this item.
Good morning, council. Thank you. So during the approval of Clearwater County's current land use bylaw, short-term rentals were not included as a listed use in the country residential district. There are landowners that have been operating with approval under the short-term rental bylaw with a license in the CR district that are now unable to get approval because the use is not listed under the new land use bylaw for the applicable district. Short-term rentals were not previously addressed as a use in the land use bylaw and only required a license to operate. They were added as a use within the land use bylaw so that the adjacent landowners had the opportunity to appeal the decision to approve the short-term rental application, should they feel it necessary. Additionally, administration has the support of the bylaw should enforcement be needed on short-term rental operation when it is a listed use in the land use bylaw. Ken and Rebecca Saunders have made application to request that council add short-term rental as a listed discretionary use within the land use bylaw in the country residential district so that they can continue to operate, the operation of their previously approved short-term rental. So I just included the short-term rental sections from the land use bylaw, just explaining the process for getting a permit and as well as the definition. Short-term rentals are listed as a discretionary use in every other residential district in the land use bylaw other than in manufactured home parks. This includes agricultural, country residential agricultural, hamlet residential, hamlet multi-dwelling, leisure residence, and Nordegg urban residential land use districts. Including short-term rentals in the residential districts as a discretionary use allows landowners to apply, but also allows the Municipal Planning Commission to individually assess every application and to determine if the application is appropriate for the location. There are 6 previously approved short-term rental licenses on CR district parcels currently, with additional inquiries on parcels within this land use district. Therefore, administration is requesting that council consider adding short-term rentals a listed discretionary use within the country residential district in order to allow landowners to make application for the use within this district. And that's it for me, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. I would actually like to make one note. I believe I said March 10th. Today is March 24th. I do believe that I just said March 10th's regular council meeting, where today is actually March 24th. So my apologies on that comment. And I'd like
I didn't notice.
I do believe I said March 10th, so my apologies. And today's council meeting is March 24th. I'd like to open up the floor for discussion, comments, motions. Deputy Reeve, please go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. Ms. Gillum, was there a reason that CR parcels were left out, or was this just a typo when the bylaw changed, or could you give some
If I recall, based on discussions and stuff, some of it was, I guess they were thinking about, possibly not having residents available for people to rent long-term or to live in, if there were short-term rentals, more so in the Nordegg area, on the north side, because when we were changing stuff, the residential lots up there are CR, and then the leisure lots are leisure. And so that way, like the residential side of lots are residential, I guess, and then not everything would be short-term rental. So if I recall some of the discussions, it was kind of maybe around that, but yeah, it is the only district that doesn't have them, so it doesn't really make sense, like that everyone else but that group can, and it's discretionary, so there's no guarantee that they will get it anyway. It's just, it can be considered.
Right, it seems like throughout the county, it should be something we either allow or we don't.
Yeah.
I don't know that it fits within different classifications or not. Thank you.
Councillor McCulley, go ahead, please.
What other districts allow or don't disallow, I just don't have it in front of me, short-term rentals?
Just the ones I'd listed there, for like I said, all the other residential districts minus the manufactured home parks, we didn't allow them.
Like through all, like ag, does ag have short-term rental on it?
Yeah, they
Okay.
do. Just like obviously the commercial ones don't generally because they're commercial and not intended to have residential uses in them anyway. But all the other residential districts, including agriculture, allow it or list it.
And is that encompassing all styles of short-term rentals? Like outside of homes, so like if someone's renting their RV on their property?
No, there's restrictions around short-term rentals and what can be, like, it's whether a part of a home or full, but I believe it's pretty clear that RVs aren't supposed to be rented as short-term
Because
rentals.
there is some, like RVZ, I think there's a couple of sites that have.
That allow that type of,
Yeah, and
yeah,
there are places in Clearwater County. I was just curious if we kept track of that stuff.
I'd have to double check the short-term rental bylaw, because I'm not very clear with it, but, I don't think that they're supposed to be in an RV, if I remember correctly. But
Okay.
it's definitely something that could be considered if council wants to allow that. But in this case, the short-term rental would be in an existing residence, on the property.
Thank you.
Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
I would just like to make the motion that we grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing for bylaw 26/080.
Okay. I do have one question. Do we have any, regarding short-term rentals, is there any impacts, or is there any referrals ever from hotels or motels, or what the long-term impacts could be regionally on those local businesses?
We don't have any data of that, no, and haven't heard from any, other groups on that.
Okay, no, I was just wondering, this process, I was just wondering what the long-term cumulative impacts could be, or if
Yeah.
they've been considered. Okay. Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey that council grant first reading to bylaw 26/080 and proceed to a public hearing. That is the motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, Ms. Gillum, hypothetical question. If a person has a business, let's say in a subdivision business, and they're operating a business, let's say, vehicle repair business. They're getting older, they want to get out of the business. They don't want to sell the business, they just want to rent it out. So would that come under the short-term rental agreement? Or can they just rent it out to whoever they want if the business remains the same?
Yeah, this is strictly related to residential short-term rentals, like for like Airbnb, VRBO, that type of thing. If there's approval to operate that business on the parcel and they want to allow someone else to operate or take it over, as long as the business is approved, they wouldn't be required to get a permit for any sort of rental from us.
So
If this isn't related to that, no.
Wouldn't be in any other rental agreement then with us? We wouldn't
Yeah,
have
it would
anything to
just
do
be
with it.
between them. It would have nothing to do with us, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just, I thought that there was something in the background years ago that happened, that we had some input into it, and I thought we shouldn't be there, and I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that if it stayed the business and it rented to another person, we didn't have anything to say about it.
Yeah, if it's being operated the same, then we wouldn't. If they change operations, then they might need a new permit, but, that's, yeah, it's not related to this, though.
Even on rental properties, and if they did change business, they would have to
Yes.
come. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a request, I guess, Ms. Gillum, before we vote on this motion. Could you share the specific bylaw with council that would dictate the parameters around short-term rentals?
Oh, like the short-term rental bylaw?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can definitely send that to you.
Thank you. Just to be reviewed before the.
Yeah, you bet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yes, you mentioned Airbnbs, so would this be able to allow farmers or acreage owners to put in a couple small mobile homes or little seniors packages and rent those out as short-term rentals then, as a business,
If they got approval, yes.
if they got approval?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Along with that, who would give that approval?
The municipal planning commission.
Not, it wouldn't come to council. Okay, thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. We do have I see our representatives we have a delegation from the Caroline Neighbourhood Place, and I do see our representatives that are in the gallery. That is on page 60 of today's agenda. Welcome to council chambers. And before we begin, we'll just start with a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, my name is Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazen Letman, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Deputy Reeve in Division 3.
Good morning, welcome to council chambers, Jordan Northcott-Reeve and Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Ward 5.
Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor for Ward 7.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning.
Good morning, please proceed with your presentation, please.
Thank you. So good morning, Reeve and councillors. My name is Sarah Turquette. I am a resident of Clearwater County, and I am the coordinator at Caroline Neighbourhood Place Society. I'm accompanied by Sylvia Clark, who is a member and volunteer of Neighbourhood Place as well. Our purpose today is to increase your awareness of the resource that exists in the hamlet of Caroline, which continues to be an essential service to community members. Caroline Neighbourhood Place is a community hub which supports vulnerable and at-risk individuals and families through information and referral services, social programs, outreach services, and partnerships that strengthen well-being and resilience in county residents. So our mission and purpose. CNPS connects and coordinates a network of people, resources, and local support in the southern end of the county. For 25-plus years, Neighbourhood Place has provided a confidential community location that helped residents with access to preventative social services. Our core program of providing information and referral services includes, and I will pass these out, this is our brochure which lets you know what we do. So we help with government benefits forms and online submission, systems navigation and advocacy with government call centers, medical offices, legal services, referrals to agencies for youth programs, seniors programs, mental health, addictions, housing, employment, immigration and outreach services for family violence, and services for older adults. So Caroline Neighbourhood Place is a community hub with a service area of about 25 to 3,000 residents in southern Clearwater County. We connect clients to mental health and outreach support, seniors programs, and community connections that help reduce isolation and help people stay active and engaged. We also assist with government forms, online applications, and referrals to programs for youth, families, housing, mental health, and more that help residents navigate complex systems and access the support that they need. Our focus is on those facing the greatest challenges, such as low income, health concerns, unstable housing, transportation, ensuring that they get timely help and can thrive in community. So who do we serve? We are all inclusive. We serve families, seniors, youth, vulnerable populations, newcomers, and immigrants. We focus support on area residents who are considered the most vulnerable. The number of residents served annually, and this is from 2024 to 2025, we had 386 actual people that either walked in or that I had communications with through email or telephone. And so that includes all of the services that are provided free of charge. This year, our year ends in March. So right now, we're at about 312 people with March data still needing to come in. And we are having our volunteer appreciation event, which is on the 15th of April. So those statistics are not included either. What's the community value and outcomes? So we're reducing pressure on other services. There's a transportation issue, which is probably pretty much the same with Rocky, except that you have West Country Family Services to help you out and a taxi. For those most vulnerable residents in the Caroline area, if they have no connections to the community, they have to rely on acquaintances or they have to try to get service from Rocky. And that really is a barrier for a lot of people that are vulnerable. We build connections with clients knowing what resources are available and having good working partnerships with agencies that can provide local supports. CNPS contributes towards well-being and feeling connected to their immediate and larger communities. And by providing early help, Neighborhood Place prevents smaller problems from becoming bigger ones, keeping residents healthier and saving the community time and money in the long run. Now, for example, I'm working with a senior whose wife recently passed. He would like to move into town, but he needs help to find senior housing. So I provided a plan for him to be put on the list for seniors housing through the Rocky Housing Council. Unfortunately for him, he feels lost and lonely. So as I build trust with him, the next step is to introduce the idea of social prescribing, which I would introduce him to an outreach worker. And right now, the outreach workers are in Sundre. So they have a program called Spruce, which is Seniors Protected Under Community Engagement. So what they do is they will connect with the senior, and whatever sorts of supports they would need, they are there to walk them through that process. And so for seniors, especially when you've lost a lifetime partner, it's a very difficult transition. So we're very fortunate. I was just able to connect with these ladies from Sundre to be able to provide this service and collaboration. We have partnerships. If I can Sylvia read one of the letters that we received?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Do we have time?
Yeah. So this is a letter that we received in support to the value of the services provided at Neighbourhood Place. And this letter is written by Pastor John Wharton, who is the pastor of the Caroline Church of the Nazarene. And he writes, as a local church body and as operators of the Shepherd's Food Bank, the people of the Caroline Church of the Nazarene often journey with vulnerable clients. Some clients are permanent residents of the area. Others are passing through and only here for a few days. Clients typically face complex situations. Through the experience of our frontline involvement, I have come to the strong realization that collaboration between agencies is vital in order to serve these clients. Key agencies for us in the Caroline area are Caroline Neighbourhood Place, Caroline Municipal Library, and the Wellness Department of the Caroline School. Each local agency brings its unique strengths to the mix. Looking back over the recent months, the Caroline Church of the Nazarene has relied heavily on the staff of these agencies, and in particular, the experience and counsel of Caroline Neighbourhood Place. Caroline is blessed to have Caroline Neighbourhood Place in operation. The level of expertise and engagement is high, and they greatly contribute to the level of service that is available to the vulnerable.
Thank you, Sylvia. So local Caroline organizations that we are in partnership or collaboration with include Caroline School, the Play School, Royal Purple, the Caroline Legion, Seniors Drop In, the food bank and the Nazarene Church, the Meals on Wheels, and the library. So these are the organizations that would normally understand when residents are vulnerable or at risk. In Rocky, our monthly newsletter advertises activities and programs for FCSS, outreach from West Country Family Service and Mountain Rose Center, Asoquin Friendship Center, Rocky Learning Council, the Rocky PCN, Pregnancy Care, Compassionate Care Hospice. So we refer clients to them, or some of their clients are shared with us. We support clients from AISH, FCSS, and the AHS Mental Health and Addictions Program. We also communicate with the Peaks to Prairies PCN and the Sundre Spruce Society. Currently, we have 2 certified counselors who are inquiring about office use at Neighbourhood Place to set up private practices. So at our AGM, our board will have to discuss that afterward. Our purpose today was to increase council's awareness that Caroline Neighbourhood Place may be a small organization, but we have a big impact with the residents in the area. So thank you for giving us the time to share the work of Caroline Neighbourhood Place. We appreciate the council's support for our community, and we look forward to working with you to help residents, especially those facing the greatest challenges, to stay connected, healthy, and thriving. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your information. We do still have some, our next delegation is at 10:30, so we do have some time for council members if they choose to wish. If you would be open to questions or comments from council members? Yeah. Are there any questions from any council members at this time? Councillor Cermak.
What is your hour of operation during the week?
I'm there Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 10 to 3 p.m.
And you dealt with over 380 people last year, 3 days a week.
Well, that's including people that walk in through email, through telephone calls, and we also included the statistics of who actually came to the volunteer appreciation event. And we include our actual Neighbourhood Place programs, which would be our school supplies, Santa's Anonymous, Adopt a Family or Senior, and the volunteer appreciation celebration. So it adds up when you think of how many people actually contact us, or, you know, or that we have contact with.
I have to take my hat off for you people, that amount of work that you do.
Thank you.
To our people in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you know, it's unfortunate because we have in the community now the two motels that have been converted to you know, low-income housing, and so no community is immune when you have residents that move in that are on a fixed income, and with them there are some very complex mental health and physical health challenges. And so I would say at least a quarter of them have come to Neighbourhood Place to see me. And at first, when I started 10 years ago, it was not in my wheelhouse to do the job that I'm doing now, and I just love it now, because what I love to do is to build relationships with people that, for many times, if they've been in the system for a long time, they feel that social workers may not hear them or might just be jaded. And I've had grown men in their 40s come into the office, and within 5 minutes of me just saying, okay, let me hear what your problems are, and then let's formulate a plan, and they're sobbing because they are down to their last resources. And I'm sure this happens in Rocky. You have people that are living out in the bush in a small little trailer or even their SUV. And I don't know how they find their way to Neighbourhood Place, but they do. And so I feel like if we can go through an assessment with some dignity and some real empathy, there's always something you can do. And when I see somebody leave the office with their shoulders down and they've smiled once or twice during the process, I feel like that's a really good start. So that's what we do.
So what can we do to help you? Can we write letters to anybody, or are you self-sufficient? You seem like you got the world by the tail and you're doing it by yourself, but with the amount of people that come in there, you gotta have some kind of resource to.
Well, the history of Neighbourhood Place used to be that the Alberta government funded us through a solo contract. And so it started out as a place where we've come full circle, where we say, what can we do to help you? You've come to the right place. Then we had to rely on, during the pandemic, we received a grant from the local FCSS, we received a grant from FCSS AA, and also through United Way. And we rebranded ourselves as the COVID Information Center for Caroline. And then, so the FCSS board decided that they were not going to be funding core operations any longer, so we lost our funding in 2025, and we had to rely on local fundraising efforts to keep the office open. So, we're always looking for grants to be able to apply to. We just got news that we didn't receive a grant because there were 250 other applicants. So we try to keep a positive outlook and hope that we'll be able to keep the office open just at the schedule that we're at now. If we were able to receive other kinds of funding, we'd be able to do more programming or increase hours. But we do the best we can. And I do have to say that I probably spend as volunteer time where with the office hours are taken up with interviews and assessments with people and on the phone and emails. I take home 15 hours a week of volunteer time. So that's how we keep things going.
Thank you for being in Caroline.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for everything you do. And Deputy Reeve has a question or comment. Please go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thanks, Reeve. There was some feedback brought forth that maybe sometimes people will come to the office and it's not open. So I'd just like to give you a chance to sort of explain that maybe that's more for safety than anything, and that.
It's a matter of funding. That's all it is.
Oh, it's strictly funding, okay.
Yeah. Because if we had the funding to keep it open 5 days a week, we would.
Oh, so, sorry, I mean, during hours when it is open, that the door is sometimes locked.
It depends on whether I'm off-site. If that happens, I usually will put something out on Facebook, because we started out with 0 followers and we're up to like 400. So most of the people that we deal with, they do know that we have a website.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and I'm not away from the office very often, so I do have to make use of the time, the 15 hours per week that I am there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to add on to that a little bit. Yeah, those hours between the Tuesdays and Thursdays between 10 and 3, like Deputy Reeve said, you may have the door locked to assist a resident, or you're off-site trying to assist a resident.
Yes, so it depends. It depends. If I'm doing an assessment with a resident that it's a particularly complex case, I will lock the door, because you don't want somebody just popping in and saying, "Oh, how are you doing?" It's a very sensitive process. So when we originally started limiting the office hours, we did have discussions about whether or not people should just drop in. And it turns out that the most vulnerable people, they won't call, because sometimes they'll have anxiety about calling. So they'll just drop in and hope that you're not busy and that you can see them. But I generally try to accommodate as many people as I can.
Okay. Thank you very much. We do have another delegation at 10:30, but Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Just a quick question. So is it just yourself that runs the office all on your own?
Yes,
Okay, that explains a lot. Well, thank you for what you do.
thank you.
And I guess one final closing comment. The demand for your services, is it an increasing demand, or is it sort of status quo, or is it decreasing?
Well, I'd have to add in this year's statistics, I would say that the cases are becoming more complex. So if I have somebody that's actually in the office, I'm having to spend more time with them, and we have a lot of repeat clients. Because when they first come in, they're so agitated and upset. And then they see that, if we chip away at something a bit at a time, that eventually some issues become resolved. However, they'll circle back a couple months later and say, oh, I have this problem. And so if it's something that I can handle easily, for instance, talking with social workers when I work with someone and they're trying to talk to call center staff, they may be so nervous that they don't know the questions to ask, or they forget what the agent has said. So I always say to them, make sure that you tell the agent you're giving them verbal authority to speak with me. I'm taking notes, I'm writing down the plan, and I'm writing down what they actually need to do. And so that's how we get around that, because I've had instances where clients have told me, well, we went to somebody else, and as soon as the agent presented a little hiccup or a problem, that's where the help stopped. But I'm like a dog with a bone. I will go the extra miles to make sure that there's some kind of resolution. And, I always say to people, well, it's not a sexy thing to say we help vulnerable people, but I'm not the person that's giving out the money. I'm the person that makes the connections, and it's up to the social workers to say, yes, you're eligible, we can fund you for so much. But semantics makes a difference. If you explain that I have a person living in the bush, he has to move every so often because he cannot stay in a certain area for more than so many days. He only has a Bunsen burner heater in his trailer to keep him warm. There are icicles hanging from the ceiling when it's 25 below. They have no idea. They don't know that we don't have a bus or a taxi. So those are the kinds of things that you really have to explain so that people understand this is a case that's complex. So.
Thank you again very much for your presentation. And at this time, I would look for a motion from a council member to accept the presentation and delegation as information. Councillor Cermak, you'd make the motion to accept the presentation as information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
For sure.
We have a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you again very much for coming in. Moving on in the agenda, we have item 6.2, which is a 10:30 a.m. delegation regarding the Condor Rail Trail. And maybe we'll take a I think we'll just be a moment here. We'll just let our delegation get seated. Yeah.
I want Mom.
Well,
I need that. Thank you, that's it.
well, good morning and welcome to Council Chambers. Maybe we'll start with a warm welcome from introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, my name's Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazel Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Deputy Reeve in Ward 3.
Good morning, very nice to see you, and thank you for coming in. Jordan Northcott, Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6. Good morning, Penny, great to see you.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor for Ward 7.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, I'm Penny Lougheed. I'm one of the members of the Condor Community Center and doing all the things I belong to. Yeah, carry on.
I'm Charlotte Phillips. I'm just a stay-at-home mom that lives in Condor, and I'm here today to ask.
And she runs the Condor Playgroup.
Yes, I volunteer at the Condor Playgroup, and that's how I met Penny.
All right, and this is Olivia.
Oh, my daughter Olivia, she's 2, and I have 2 sons that are 10 and 12 in Condor. I go to Charlotte Small Elementary.
Yeah, welcome to Council Chambers, Olivia.
She won't say much.
Yeah, but yeah, no, please proceed with your presentation. Yeah, thank you.
You want me to talk into here, or?
Yeah,
Sorry.
please.
Oh, you go ahead.
I think it may move a little bit. If you wanted to move the mic, they do slide a little bit, yeah.
Hello?
Yep, that's loud and clear.
All right. Good morning, and thank you for your time today. My name is Charlotte Phillips. My husband Ty and I have sons Levi, age 12, Ryland, age 10, and our daughter Olivia, age 2. We live in Condor area on a farm. Our group is here on behalf of the families in Condor, including the Condor Playgroup, to speak about an opportunity we see for a simple but meaningful recreation project. There is a 1-mile stretch of county-owned rail bed just east of Condor, running from Condor Road to Range Road 44. Right now, it's a unused space, a little bit, but has real potential to become a designated walking and recreation trail for our community. This idea came from me and a couple parents. We were looking for a safe place to walk in the community. There's no trails, just range roads everywhere. Nothing really safe for a good walking place. From there, the conversation grew. This is a genuine interest from families, seniors, and broader community to see this space signed and recognized for recreational use. In a rural area like ours, safe walking options are limited. People often walk along the roads, which is not ideal, especially for young families and older residents. This trail would provide a dedicated, safer alternative that encourages people to get outside and stay active. It would also directly benefit students at Charlotte Small Elementary. Having access to a nearby defined trail creates opportunities for physical education, cross-country running, and outdoor learning, all while improving student safety by keeping them off the roadways. Wild Rose School Division is supportive of the initiative because they promote both student wellness and learning beyond the classroom. This is not a large or complex project. The rail bed already exists. It's a straight, usable corridor with some basic signage and community support for light maintenance. It could be activated fairly quickly at a low cost. We also want to acknowledge and thank Clearwater County for the strong support you've already shown for our recreational area. From the Ryan Smith Recreation Area to the Leslieville Playground, to the ball, diamond, and rink projects at Charlotte Small Elementary, and the new projects in Caroline. Those investments matter and they are used and appreciated. This proposal builds on that same spirit, making practical use of existing land to support healthy, connected communities. So today, we are asking the county to consider designating this rail bed as a recreational trail with appropriate signage and recognition, and to work with the community as we move this forward. we have a name suggestion, Alberta Central Railway Trail. That's what it used to be known as. It would tie into some of the recreational areas that Clearwater County has already developed in the western part of the county. It's a small step that would have a lasting impact for families, students, and residents in Condor. Thank you for your consideration. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I wasn't close enough that whole time.
No, I think you were just fine. No, thank you
Okay.
very much for the presentation. Are there any questions from council or comments at this time? Councillor Cermak, go ahead,
Oh yeah, I
please.
took some photos. I went for a walk down the trail just to show you how beautiful it is.
Yeah.
There's a couple trees that have fallen, so there might be some work in just clearing the deadfall. But it's really flat already. It's pretty much ready to go. Just a sign to make it known that you are allowed to walk down there would be nice, because I wasn't sure if I was allowed to walk down there. I had to ask other people from our community, and they messaged someone that lived right beside it, and I guess there's someone named Steve White that lives there, and it makes it a little bit confusing if we're allowed to go down there, but I did meet him yesterday when I went on my walk, and he seemed pretty pleasant once he knew who I was, and I told him not much about this, but he thought I was with the county, and he did not like that right away, but he said the county just wants to cut down all the trees on that path, and that was his reason why he was a little bit up in arms when he thought I was with the county, but I don't see us needing to cut down all the trees. Just maybe a couple of the deadfall would take care of it.
Councillor Cermak did have a comment or question, I think.
I do have a comment. This land, or the rail trail, who's the owner of it? And I know that portions of this trail, landowners had the right to buy it if their land was adjacent to it. Who owns this rail bed?
The county. Clearwater County owns it.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't own it. He acts like he owns it, but he doesn't.
And they also, it's already designated as park and green space on the map when you look at it. So it's just a treasure that we didn't realize was there, and then when Charlotte was asking questions, it's like, oh, I don't know.
I couldn't believe we weren't using it. It's such a beautiful spot just to go for a nice little walk, to clear your head. There's nowhere else in Condor to really do that unless you want to go on a range road.
And Steve has actually maintained it and plows it and has little benches you can see in the pictures there. So it's something that, you know, has been utilized. It would be nice if it had a broader use for the school and community.
I do see Miss Gillum has joined us here, and I think she has some additional information regarding ownership of the trail.
Yes.
I was just gonna clarify, it is under ownership of the county, and it's identified in the Condor ASP as possible pathways or green space. So it would be appropriate for that, as it's already identified in that as future for that as well, so.
Do you have further comments or questions, Councillor Cermak?
No, I think I'm good at this time.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yeah, looking at the map that was just passed around, and I'm just wondering on each end, this is the existing trail that's there, the county owns 1 mile of it?
Yes, there is, I believe, we owned a whole bunch and we have sold some, but that was intended to be kept, and it does go a mile to the east, yes.
Okay.
There is a farmer that owns both sides of the last half mile. So I'm not sure if he would buy it if he knew that the property was for sale. I don't know.
Even if it was just a half mile. Because it is fenced off halfway through.
Yeah.
I noticed, but I don't know why.
I don't know. I don't know if he just fences it off and then uses it. Like, I don't know how that works.
I was just wondering if that's what we own, and on the
Yeah.
other sides of it has been bought up by somebody else. Do you know that, Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, I'd have to pull up the map to see, like, because there have been sections that have been divided and sold, like further east and west, but in this particular area, there's a half mile that's identified that's kind of within the hamlet or the hamlet growth, that's but there is another half mile outside of that area that also, has not been purchased. So it does go at least a mile. I don't know if it goes any further than that. I'd have to pull up a map to identify, but.
You would cross the range road 44, so.
Okay, so
The mile,
What?
the mile is one chunk.
the mile is one chunk and would be a nice walking
Yeah.
path where you wouldn't be onto range roads or nothing.
No.
It would really help the school too when they do Terry Fox run. Like, as a teacher there, we used to run them on the range road. We had to have the police come and make sure that all these kids were safe. I think about it now and just shake my head. It was probably there the whole time. We could have just run them safely without going on any public road or having to worry about oil trucks and,
Yeah.
anyway.
Super.
Now we know.
Thanks for the information.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so are you looking at, the county to develop this for the Condor, or are you looking at volunteers, or?
Whatever support can be given is what we're looking for.
Well, no.
There is David Thompson Rec Board in the area that is very supportive as well, and the
Okay.
Condor Community Center is supportive. So whatever the county can't do, we may be able to have other sources help us to do that.
Okay.
I don't think it'll need constant maintenance either, Hazel.
No, okay,
Just-
just where we're at and what direction we gotta head for this, make it work.
Yeah, well, it might need a little bit of like brushing to keep the tree, there's a couple trees that are coming down. The community center could put some benches out, maybe some help with signage, because you guys have the experts with that, right? And putting your logo on it, and maybe a little history of the railroad and how, because it
Yeah, it was
joins
cool to
all
look into the history of it.
Yeah, it joins all the communities, you're right, Charlotte, yeah.
Did you put together a list for council, and we can,
A list of what, sorry?
like the signage and stuff like that, what you're looking for? Exactly, or are we just gonna make it up as we go?
Yeah, make it up as we go. No, I'm kidding. No.
No, I don't mean today, but
Like, we
like,
were
yeah.
thinking like.
We do have like a little
Yeah.
point form list
Okay.
of little things
Yeah.
that
What
might be
things were on
useful. Expertise in creating placing signage, or creating and placing signage, including a name which could be related to the other rail bed projects, so like having a name there for history. Maybe leveling out some of the trail, mainly just when you're going into it, it dips down and it's quite muddy. Steve put a pipe there, cause it's a ditch, but it's not the best. Some people could slip on it.
Yeah,
Maybe some nicer benches, but honestly, those benches are good. I don't even want much, I just want it to be known that we're allowed to walk down there. That's all I really wanted, cause it,
And I think you said signage about,
oh, and maybe no, dogs on leash, just so people don't go there and let their dogs run
Right.
around.
and the garbage.
And no garbage, we wouldn't have
Take
a
your
garbage can
garbage
there, we'd just say, take your trash. And maybe a picnic table,
Maybe.
sounds good, thank you.
solar lighting maybe, but we could,
Yeah, solar lighting we could do, just put it on posts and that would not be a big deal.
Okay,
Like we
Councillor,
were talking to about not putting it right through to Range Road 44, so it can't be accessed from Range Road 44. We thought maybe that might.
yeah, maybe just stop it at the half mile. It's about 20 minutes of walking there and back. It's just something,
Or even if it was a full mile to leave like the
oh yeah,
trees at
I guess
the
just
end,
near,
yeah.
before it ends, just so.
Councillor Powell, please go ahead.
There's a lot of discussion and a lot of questions. I was wondering if maybe this is what administration can bring back some information on us, so we could have some information on that and what you guys would recommend.
Yeah, Bettina and I have spoken about it and, speaking with her, I don't know if she wants to come up, but we figure it would be fairly minor with just cleaning up some trees and adding some signage and stuff, that it would be fairly simple to do.
Yeah, we can definitely bring it back as an agenda item with the requests and what that looks like from an administrative perspective.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like we would need to, there needs to be a draft, or the development of a draft budget possibly, and also the authorization for community access to the trail. Sounds like two of the major items that I'm hearing here today, that community authorization to access the community members, but it was just stated by your delegation that you'd like it clearly stated that the community can access the trail? Yeah, so authorization to access the
get it.
trail.
Sorry, I
Okay,
didn't
and then a
understand.
draft budget. So, Councillor Letwin?
Access to that trail now, I noticed that there's 4x4 tracks on, or truck tracks on that, so you'd probably want some sort of a barricade that could be opened up for tree removal, but then keep it so the teenagers on a Saturday night aren't ripping and tearing and having fun.
the neighbors would
Yeah,
appreciate that.
okay.
So no motorized vehicles.
Yeah, no, so we'll add that in there too then.
Yeah.
So whatever your discretion is, whether it's a gate or pillars, we'd have to have some sort of a gate though for maintenance down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think a sign would work? Just a sign?
Well,
No.
thank you.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yeah, in our information that we were given on page 72, there's a fence across here. Is that gonna be a real hazardous thing?
Yeah, I also thought we should make clear signage of the end of trail, or I don't know if you need a sign, but something that makes it clear where it ends. I don't know what's going on with that fence, because apparently the other side isn't owned. Just on, what?
It's a county now.
Yeah, so I don't know why there's a fence there.
So the fenced area where the trees are in this picture, we still own that?
Oh, no. Apparently.
Possibly, yeah, but
We
we have
gotta-
to look into it.
Okay, so we need some more information on this. Yeah, okay.
But that's why I say just a half mile.
Yes.
Councillor Cermak, do you have further comments or questions?
We need a motion, we need more information on this so we can get moving for them.
Yeah, I think it might be appropriate to bring this forward to a future strategic planning meeting. Would that be appropriate? And to have this Condor rail trail discussion regarding a draft budget and maybe the signage that would be needed there to allow public members to access this. So, Councillor Cermak?
Yep, right on.
Okay.
And you can decide what you want to do with it. And if
Yeah.
you can include the community, perfect.
Okay, so
And we'll help, whatever we can do.
okay, so I believe that Councillor Cermak would like to make a motion, or have you? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak to bring the Condor Rail Trail back to a future strategic planning meeting. Seeing any discussion on that? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried, and maybe,
Are we supposed to vote?
yeah, and maybe one more motion just to accept the presentation as information. Councillor Humphrey, you'd like to make that motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we accept the Condor Playgroup and Condor Community Center as information.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to accept the Condor Playgroup and Condor Community Center presentation as information. Seeing no discussion, call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. And at this time, we will take a short recess for roughly 10 minutes. We'll be back. Welcome back from our recess, and welcome back to the March 24th, 2026 regular council meeting here today. Moving on in today's agenda to old business, item 7.1, consideration of second and third readings to bylaw 25069 for application number 42/25 to amend the land use bylaw. It is on page 82 of today's agenda, and I'd like to pass the floor over to administration to present this item. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Reeve. Morning, Council. Land use amendment application number 42/25 was presented before Council for first reading on January 24, 2026 to redesignate 8.5 acres from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. Second reading was tabled to allow Municipal Planning Commission the chance to tour the proposed area for redesignation. The subject land is known as Northeast 936-6 west of the 5th, containing approximately 154.96 acres. Please refer to attached public hearing from February 24th, 2026 for further details. Municipal Planning Commission had a chance to tour the site on March 11, 2026. MPC made a motion which was defeated that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application 42/25. MPC provided the following reasons for their decision. Does not encourage development near and around hamlets. Proposal does not provide responsible and accountable local governance in order to create sustainable, safe, and valuable communities as per MJA preamble. The parcel is larger than 5 acres for an undeveloped parcel, and the quarter section is an agricultural parcel which allows for additional residential development. For policy considerations, the proposed redesignation was to allow for the creation of a 8.5 undeveloped residential parcel. The application before Council today is supported by many provisions in the Clearwater County's MDP and land use bylaw, except that the proposal is larger than 5 acres, which is the maximum requirement for an undeveloped parcel. Due to the undulating topography, the landowners have proposed subdividing this portion of the quarter section. The applicants have indicated that the proposed area is not utilized for farming. It's not currently being utilized for farming activity, and it's more suitable for residential development. MDP policy 6.2.3 Part B requires that the minimum 1 acre of the parcel is developable. A developable area has been identified within the southeast portion of the proposed area of redesignation. In accordance to MDP policy 10.2.9 and 10.2.10 Part A and C, the preferred location of the parcel is to be on the least amount of cultivated land or for pasture and in an area that is separated from the balance of the quarter section by a fragmenting feature. As the quarter section has uniform land suitability rating, the proposed location was selected to minimize impact on existing agricultural operations. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel will be considered the third title out of the quarter section, which will align with MDP policy 10.2.2 and 10.2.10 Part C. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for the information and the background report. I'd like to welcome the applicant to council chambers, and I would open up the floor for discussion from council members to entertain questions, comments, or motion. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I just have some questions for administration, just to get some clarity, as there seems to be a lot of confusion. I have some questions. My first question for the people that are listening, how many, if you could give me the clarity on it, how many houses can go on a quarter section of land?
If it's over 80 acres, 3.
Thank you, and do they have to come to council first?
No, they just have to apply for a development permit.
Thank you. With a subdivision, so 2 titles out, there can potentially be 5 houses on there, correct?
Possibly more, I suppose. They could have a residence and then a secondary suite on the acreages as well. So, technically, a little more, yeah.
Thank you. And then do they have to come to council for this?
No.
Thank you. So my next question then, for clarity for the people that are listening. So a quarter section can have 5 homes on it, potentially, not come to council, and also have a second title.
Yes.
Okay, so the application in front of us today, how many houses are on there currently?
On the quarter section, none.
Thank you. And there's currently 2 titles, correct?
Yes.
So right now, this application, they can put 3 homes on there without coming to council?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen, for the information. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the questions and clarification there. That was much appreciated. Hopefully, some of that misinformation that's out there can be corrected. One other thing that I noticed for administration within the policy considerations, it's mentioned here that this would be a favored subdivision because of the fragmented feature, which, could you please define what a fragmented feature is? Is that not by a road, a railway, or a defined waterway?
I was just quoting the policy, and part of the policy is fragmented feature. In regards to this particular application, the main reason for using that policy is because it's on a lease area that is cultivated. So in the preferred location of the proposed parcel is located on the least amount of area to be cultivated.
Right, and that's fair, but then it goes on to state that the area that is separated from the balance of the quarter by a fragmenting feature, which in this case, it is not. It just that with everything that's been going on and the amount of bombardment that council has been dealing with over the last week regarding this particular subdivision, a misleading comment like that, I think, is just gonna cause more division.
And I was just quoting the entire policy,
and
so that was a part of the policy.
Just trying to alleviate some confusion. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Deputy Reeve. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I'm just here for clarity today to try and help navigate some of the confusion. Fragmentation means a portion of land completely severed from the balance of a quarter section by a developed, registered public road plan, an active railway, a deep ravine, a permanent watercourse, or a permanent water body. A deep ravine would also mean it would not be crossable. For a permanent watercourse or a permanent water body to apply, there must be a written confirmation from the appropriate Government of Alberta department that the title of the bed and shore of the permanent watercourse or water body is vested in the Crown in the right of Alberta.
Thank you for that information, Ms. Powell. Any other further comments from council members? Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, I see that you are wanting a 8.5 acre subdivision. And that's outside of our LUB and our policies and bylaws that are in place right now. To be in our regulations or our bylaws and policies, because it's an undeveloped acreage, it would have to be 5 or less. Would you consider changing your 8.5 to 5?
We mentioned that at the last meeting multiple times.
So you're willing to have that changed?
Yes.
If it would pass that way?
We would also like to clarify, there is a deep ravine on the parcel in question.
Yes, I've been to that I know that land very well. It's a very deep ravine. I would say probably 20 feet or so. Thank you.
Is there a defined water channel in the bottom?
I would like to add a comment to what Councilor Sarbark was saying. The applicants, I have prepared a sketch showing what 5 acres would look like, and the applicants are okay with it being 5 acres. This discussion was happening during the last meeting in regards to setback requirements, if based on the terrain, if the area proposed would even meet the setback requirements. So I've outlined what setback requirements would need to be met, and based on setback requirements in the land use bylaw, the area that's highlighted green, that would be the approximately 1 acre of developable land that the applicants will be able to place a residence on.
Okay, Councillor Shermack, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So what you're saying then is that with the 5 acres, this would meet all of our policies and bylaws for a subdivision to go through?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
May is a discretionary term which provides notification that the policy in question can be enacted or required if the county chooses to do so.
Okay, thank you for the comments. I do have a question for staff, and just to get a little bit more information on one of the Municipal Planning Commission reasons for the decision. It was related to the preamble of the Municipal Governance Act. And the proposal does not provide responsible and accountable local governance in order to create, and so just clarity on the sustain safe and viable communities. I was just wondering if there was any input or additional information. I know that there are increasing number of viability studies being done on many villages and towns across the province. Amalgamations, dissolutions are increasing. So I'm just wondering if there was any additional consideration or additional information regarding that reason for decision.
Currently, there is no additional consideration that was, I would say, that was given. It was the reason proposed by Municipal Planning Commission, and they are following the policies that they're proposing this reason based on their understanding of the policy.
Okay. So, and I'm just wondering, there's subdivision of land has been going for decades. We've just recently amalgamated with the former village of Caroline. Through preliminary work from staff, we've learned that we have a infrastructure deficit at a sort of a base level nearing $30 million. So an expense to Clearwater County. So I'm just wondering what consideration has been given to historical subdivision of land, and did that create a viable community? One, and crime, again, in that region, I do know that there was just recently, so sustained safe communities. In the new hamlet of Caroline, there's been, I believe there's been a rise of crime. I even believe there was a armed robbery not very long ago. So I'm just wondering what efforts is Clearwater County taking to build and sustain safe and viable communities? I also would like to reference, I think there was a Nichols report that was done maybe roughly a decade ago, maybe more. There was mention of possible amalgamation or dissolution or some form of amalgamation with the municipality of Rocky Mountain House. So I'm just wondering what proactive measures are being taken to prevent a massive cost to Clearwater County.
I'm not sure if I'm able to fully answer that question.
Okay, it is a higher level question, and I know it's not relative. I know that this application is one application, but it's the philosophy over time that it can have many cumulative impacts. Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
I don't understand how the subdivision application can affect crime in Caroline. Anyways, this is a fragmented piece of land that's not farmable. We're trying to help someone out here. I'm sort of at a loss on why we're not doing this. We're not putting this, trying to help our constituents out.
So then, I guess you would say the subdivision of land has had no cumulative impacts on the viability of communities?
Not on the shooting in Caroline, no, sir.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
How deep is this ravine?
20 feet deep. It's deep enough if you drive your tractor down, you're gonna run over whatever's in front.
You can't drive through it
bail
with your
You
tractor?
can't do anything with it.
Okay.
That's why it hasn't been done anything with for 30 years.
So it looks like it drains from the field, the quarter set to the south, to the north, and then back to the
Yes.
south, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Has anybody contacted Alberta Environment with setback rules for a water course or overrun? Because I guess where I'm going with this is that if the acreage was granted, you filled in that ravine, the quarter section to the south would be flooding itself, make its own pond then. We're on a low water level right now for the last 10 years, moisture, and we get our heavy water systems, and that's where I'm going with that, just what the laws are. And yes, you bet.
So the ravine did not require a specific culvert when they built the road. So in my world, anything that makes water, we have to have an assessment, we put in an appropriate culvert. It
Oh, so
didn't
there's
have
no
enough
culvert?
flow to have an assessed size of culvert, they could just put in whatever culvert they wanted.
Okay. So there was no culvert ever put in the road then?
There's a small culvert.
A small culvert?
There's like a 500 mil culvert. Same as you put in an approach. And all the water's trapped in our place.
Pardon me?
The water traps in our place.
In your place, where the acreage is then?
Yes.
Oh, so then how are you gonna rectify that in flood time?
It hasn't happened in 30 years.
Oh, okay.
And the building site will be 20 feet above the water.
I'm just saying about the legal setbacks, so for ravines and canyons, creeks, springs.
It met everybody's requirements.
Oh, it has? That's what I was asking.
I'd like to invite Mr. Clark to provide some comments. Go ahead, Mr. Clark, please.
In regards to setbacks, when overlaying the property based off of Alberta Wetlands Inventory, which is the inventory required by the provincial government to determine if an area would need to meet certain setback requirements. The proposed location did not fall into any area identified by the wetland inventory. And setback requirements will be also required if it's, mainly if it's required for named stream, named river. And being that this ravine is created by seasonal runoff, it would not necessarily meet the requirements that would be need to be met by the province or Alberta Environment.
Thank you. That was easy. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Powell, go ahead, please.
I have just a couple things. To Councillor McCauley, you're saying the land's not farmable. I guess my question would be to everybody here, do you eat beef? Because if you can put cows on it, and it can be a wonderful area for that too, are we gonna start differentiating ag land between farm and pasture and that, are we gonna even go that much further? And then my next thing is, we're not letting these people live there. They have the option to put 3 homes on that piece of property. 3, without even coming here. They chose to buy that quarter of land. It is not my business that there was another one on there. And if I'm gonna start to get into everybody's business, that's not what I'm here for. I look at it, it's a quarter section of land. They can put 3 homes on it. My job is to be a voice for the majority and look at a macro perspective. Is subdividing of farmland what the majority of the residents wanted? No, but are they have the option to put 3 children there? They do. And what they do with it is their business. They don't even have to come in here. So to say that we're not allowing it, I disagree with that. Furthermore, in the MPC, I just watched 9 parcels, 4 4 acres and above be approved. We are trying to help with appropriate development and appropriate location for development. These people can put 3 homes on there.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
This acreage is in my division, and I have fielded at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen phone calls, emails, saying that, why is this one not already approved? So I am standing up for my people that I am looking after in my area and the rest of the county. This piece of land is not farmable at today's farming that they do in this quarter. That quarter they use for cereal crop farming. It's way too steep for I don't think they run any cows on it or anything. So to divide 8 acres out of there and run cows there, you'd have to bring water in, you'd have to do fencing just to utilize that 8 acres. Wouldn't it be better just to have their son live there and look after it? That's what all the people that have phoned me and have sent me emails say. Mr. Cermak, you have to look after us. We are landowners. I have talked to the farmers and the ranchers in that area. I would say 80% of them said, you bet we don't want to subdivide our land, but we do not want to dictate to somebody that does. We want to give landowners an option. And our Reeve said that in a meeting on February 14th, I think, or the 24th, and it was in the newspaper. Our Reeve said that this council and ratepayers have a right to have options. Actually, I have the newspaper article right here, and I can read it on what it says. And this is a quote right from the Mountaineer. Reeve Northcott said he thinks both the council and the public want options. And that's exactly what I want. And this is an option that I think these people have a right to. Because I don't think it's taken farmland out of anybody, and I don't think it's going to increase crime or anything in Caroline. And I'm pretty adamant about this. And I will be voting in favor of it. And the majority of the people I talk to in my division back me up. Your division, they back you up that they don't want any. Mine back me up that if somebody wants a subdivision, they should have it. The big farmers and ranchers in my area, they don't want to divide. But they don't want to take that option away from somebody. And the Reeve said it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. No, that's a good, what was the article related to, Councillor Cermak?
Right there.
No.
Further public engagement on tour nodes in the West Country.
Right, so just if you could just read the title, what was that article related to?
Clearwater County seeks further public engagement on the tourism nodes in the West Country.
Thank you for that.
And I don't know what you're alluding to, but what is your definition of options?
I think many people have many different options, but that article was written on the what maybe the question is what you were alluding to, Councillor Cermak, but I think we're going to move the meeting along. We're going to be looking for a motion here to get discussion focused on a motion. At this time, Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I just want to respond and say I respect that you want to represent your ward and area. But there is a lot of options. Currently, there is 5, potentially more. And job as a counselor is to look at the macro perspective and the long-term goals of Clearwater County. I know, Reeve, you want me to stop talking.
No, no, absolutely not. No, please, I was looking at Deputy Reeve McKay and Councillor Humphrey, and I'm not sure who pushed their buttons first, but I'll hand the floor over to Councillor Humphrey at this time.
Yes, and I would just like to respond to that as well. I understand you've had a lot of phone calls in your area, but I also talked to a lot of people in my area, as I'm sure most everybody did around this table when we were out campaigning. And the majority of the people that I talked to when we were campaigning do not and did not want to see our county urbanized by more acreages all the time away from our hamlets and areas. And that was loud and clear to me. And it's tough making tough decisions. But that's why I took this position on, not because I wanted it, because somebody needed to stand up and make tough decisions. If we're going to change the direction it was headed, then we have to do that. And as to the options, there are options. As you mentioned before, you have the options. One of the key things that was, when I talked to you, was the financing part for putting a place there, and you get better financing if you own it correctly.
Can you tell me how it's right? My son has to fucking give up 3 years of his life. That's every cent he makes in interest for 3 years, so that you guys can say that it's better if that title's in my name than his. And other than that, it changes nothing.
So at this
Well, I don't want to get into that argument with, we've already talked, and all I'm saying is I have to speak for the population that voted for me, and when they did, what I heard was this was the direction we wanted to change to, so.
I'm going to, Councillor Humphrey.
I'm going to let it go at that.
My apologies. I might actually propose maybe a motion to cease discussion, and we can move towards the decision. So I'm going to propose, we can have, I'll propose them.
Please read what I prepared.
At the will of council, we do need to focus on a decision, and there's second reading in front of us here. I would like to let Deputy Reeve McKay provide some comments at this time, but in the interest of time, we'll be looking to move towards the motion here soon. Deputy Reeve, please go ahead.
I don't really have any further comments. I was looking to move towards a motion myself, but I think with the hearing that's already taken place, I think there's enough information in front of us. And the one thing I would like to say, though, is it's not up to us to decide what's farmable and what isn't. I've heard that a lot here today. And where I'm from, land such as this, gullies such as that, the hills such as that, they are farmed. I mean, it's not here, it's not common practice, but it is done. And if we're, well, I don't know what else to say. This meeting's getting it's not on the path we need it to be on.
Okay, thank you very much. We've had some great discussion. Before you'll have some opportunity here to provide some comments, but I'll look for a motion. Actually, I'll put a motion on the table. For one, we'll make a motion. I will make the motion that we lift this item from the table to start with. And I see no discussion on that motion. This item was tabled, so we'll make a motion to bring this item from the table and we'll bring it back. So right now the motion is to lift it from the table. It's old business from a previous council meeting that was postponed to this agenda item. So motion required to lift it from the table, which I've made, and I'm seeing no discussion on that. Councillor Cermak, you're okay, no discussion. I'll call the question. Those all in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you for that motion. Procedurally, that is complete now. And please provide some comments.
Hello, councillors and Reeve. I'd like to address the MPC's recommendations first. I looked up MPC's role and the qualities they must possess. They are all quite explanatory. Knowledge of planning principles, analytic skills, commitment to community, communication skills, impartiality. I'm going to expand on this one. It means the capacity to make decisions based on policies and facts without personal bias. One of the 4 recommendations by the MPC is based on policy, the size of the parcel, which we are willing to amend. The rest of the recommendations are fluff. First, MP states that our request does not encourage development in and around the hamlet. Nowhere in current policy states the proximity to a hamlet. We are 3.19 kilometers from Caroline. Second, the proposal does not provide reasonable or accountable local governance in order to create and sustain safe and viable communities per the MGA preamble. Premier Smith's mandate and strategies for rural housing include the role of municipalities is to prioritize local needs. The rural development strategy states the province emphasizes community-driven actions to build sustainable, vibrant rural communities with a focus on youth retention and attracting housing to increase availability. Third, the MP states that the parcel is larger than 5 acres. While at the site visit, the MPC point blank said there is a concession for size where a natural divide is present. We've sought additional consultation. Both consultants have stated this 100% meets the criteria. However, we are still willing to amend the size to 5 acres. Fourth, the quarter section is an agricultural which allows residential development. Which takes me back to the second point. If he builds on this parcel with his name on title, it is not good for the well-being of the community. But if he develops this parcel on our land, he is a fine upsetting citizen. Meanwhile, having to pay an outrageous interest rate, only limiting him to temporary structures. Reeve Northcott, I've heard you reference a survey where a majority of residents are against third title on farmland. I called and the county office to find the survey referenced, and they kindly found me the survey from 2022. Of the 345 people that took the time to find this survey online or come into the office to complete a paper copy, 64% were against. Indeed, overwhelming. I then applied this math to our situation, and I was confused. At our public hearing, which was advertised in the newspaper, we had 2 county residents take the time to come in and speak, 3 letters of support, 1 phone call, and all endorsing our request. Add simple math from the survey, that tells me you should have seen 3 people in here speaking at the public hearing against our request, as well as 5 letters and at least 1 phone call against. Reeve Northcott, could you please tell me how many people lobbied against our request at the public hearing?
I can't recall the numbers, to be completely honest, but I don't think it was very many. But I know that there was an election and many members sitting at the council table campaigned on, rural agricultural land and.
Could you please tell me how many lobbied against our request?
I'll get that information for you right now.
Thank you.
If staff, I don't have those numbers recorded. Mr. Clark, or do we have a record of how many? I think there's a sign-in sheet for the number of people that were in attendance that day.
So there were 2 persons in attendance.
Okay.
And we also received letters of support.
Okay.
Regarding, I can tell you the numbers, but I believe it was 4, in total, 4 or 5 letters in total, include letters of support and persons that attended, about 4 or 5 people overall that was in support. We did not receive anything that was against the application.
Okay, and regarding public hearings, would you be able to provide me the numbers for the public hearing that took place prior to the adoption of the 2023 Municipal Development Plan and the number of people that were opposed at the community center? I don't know if you have that
I
number.
don't have those numbers offhand to provide.
Because that was, we're working with a development plan where many residents did take their time to come out on that quite wintry, snowy day to provide
Councillor
input.
Powell, I've heard you state that you can build a house on it, you can pasture it. Pasturing, it saddens me to think that 2 cows matter more than welcoming a 4th-generation taxpayer into this county. I must admit, we've come into this application with a lot of knowledge, with not a lot of knowledge of the process. We were prepared to explain and examine the physical aspects of the parcel in question. We felt we could explain that it is not feasible for farmland, and due to its rugged topography, nor could we practically pasture the land. We were not aware that we would have to fight the moral high ground of 3 titles out of a quarter section. Had we known this, we would have had the community rally behind us sooner and had all the phone calls and letters that have flooded your inbox the past week at our public hearing. I'm fighting for my son to have his own home in this community. I'm fighting to have the opportunity to have my future grandchildren close to me. And I'm fighting for 3 years of my son's wages that will have to go towards interest without this title. And the fight will not stop here.
Okay, well, I think that there's been significant consideration, and I do think that there's.
I have one more comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Why do we have to hit this so hard with a hammer that we can't take it to the appeal board?
Is that a question for staff? Because
It's your policy. Once you guys vote on it, we can't appeal it. And how is that right?
Unfortunately, that's actually just part of the procedure for, under the MGA for a land use amendment, that council's the final decision maker and it's not appealable.
Okay.
Yeah, but why can't we change, like there is a board that if it was wrote different, I could appeal to.
At this point in time, if we, looking for a council member willing to make a motion, Councillor Powell, go ahead, please. Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
I'm not gonna, I'll make the motion that we go into second reading, and I'm voting in favor of it, and I want a recorded vote.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak to grant second reading to bylaw 25069 for application number 4225 to amend the land use bylaw. Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Just, could we amend that so that it's to the sizes so it meets policy?
Yes, please. So that meets all the policies and bylaws.
Okay, so you accept that amendment, Councillor Cermak? Policy 10.2.1, what's that policy number and what's in that policy? 10.2.1, please. I think, Councillor Powell, you have that item, or that policy.
10.2.1, in a quarter section designated agricultural district, as per the land use bylaw, A, the maximum number of titles, parcels that are allowed to be created in a quarter section shall be 2. This number includes 1 additional parcel and the balance of the remainder of the quarter section.
Okay, and I believe in section 10.2.2, there's that word that says may. Deputy Reeve McKay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Before we vote on this, there's a lot of emotion in this room right now, and I just want to remind everybody that this emphasis that we're telling someone what they can and cannot do with their land is absolutely and unequivocally incorrect. And in fact, if we are to allow this subdivision, then you will no longer have any say what happens on that land ever again. If that land is sold to someone that does not share the same morals and values that you do, the future could look a lot different for whoever's farming that property. Now, I realize that at this time, it seems like that's not a possibility, but that's our job, is to look beyond the 5-10 years and to make decisions that are in the best interest and supported by the majority of the community.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
So to that comment, Ray McKay, when we subdivide a third party out, why couldn't we put a caveat on the quarter and the acreage stating that the farmland, the farmer has the right to farm that land, and the acreage owner has to allow that farmer to farm that land and do whatever he needs to do in any type of farming that he wants to do on that land. It's the same as what we do when we have a gravel pit. We put an easement against it, stating that they are in a gravel pit area and there will be noise. So same here, we could do an easement on the title of that quarter and on that land, stating that farming has priority over that land 24/7, so that any farming operation on that land takes priority, and anybody that buys that acreage has to live by that. That would eliminate that problem by putting an easement on both titles.
There's been definitely a considerable amount of time given this application. Do please respond if you choose. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Just quickly, that sounds like a wonderful idea, and I would be in full support of that. Unfortunately, that's not a tool that's currently available to us at this time. As councillors, I don't believe we have any ability to force any caveats onto any sale of land that I'm aware of, unless administration can correct me.
Okay, Councillor Powell, do you have comments? No.
No.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak. CEO Emmons, go ahead, please.
If I may just provide some clarification, Clearwater County doesn't have that direct authority, but during the time of subdivision, it could be a condition of. I believe what Councillor Cermak might be correlating it to is when, back in the day when we have private individual developing Harburg, Clearwater County ensured that it was caveated to every individual acreage that was created. They acknowledged the existence that you're creating a subdivision in the middle of a gravel pit. So when that acreage owner bought, they acknowledged they had a gravel pit. It's an information tool.
Councillor Powell?
Has not been successful. We get phone call upon phone call about gravel complaints. It's too noisy, and we have this industry that supports our main tax base here trying to make money. So unfortunately, that hasn't been successful. I support farming 100% and understand that you're trying to find a way to make that happen. But I mean, if we're really supporting farming, there wouldn't be an acreage there. And I'm just going to direct something because I have seen a lot of misinformation before we go to a vote. I have nothing against the two of you. I have children. My job, though, is to be a counselor. This is not you guys. I'm looking at applications as a whole. What we do for one person, unfortunately, the way it works in my seat, you don't have to agree with me, is what we do for one, we need to do for everyone. Unfortunately, in my, on the trail of campaigning, I did hear unorganized development was not what was wanted, so.
Okay, Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
And on my trail, I heard exactly the opposite in my area. And I still receive many, many phone calls and emails in the last week reinstating that. And that's why I got reelected in my area.
Absolutely understand that. I'll stand with the 400 people that I spoke with in 2023, and I'll use that for my numbers.
Okay.
Was that the petition that was brought in to the
support?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak that council consider second reading to bylaw 25069, application number 42/25 to amend the land use bylaw as amended. That is the motion on the floor. And I think Councillor Cermak, you did request a recorded vote, is that correct? Okay, we have a recorded vote request there from Councillor Cermak. I'll call the question. All those in favour? And those opposed? The motion is defeated. Moving on into old business, we have bylaw item 7.2, bylaw 26083, fee and refund structure, planning and development. It is on page 87, and I believe Ms. Gillum is going to present this item.
Yep, so administration brought bylaw 26083 to council at its last regular meeting on March 10th. During that meeting, the bylaw received first and second reading with amendments to the fee schedule. Administration is now bringing back the bylaw with the requested amendments and requesting that council consider third reading. Bylaw 2683, Planning and Development Services fees, will implement the new fee schedule and will repeal the existing bylaw 25004, fee and refund schedule for planning and development. Should council approve the new fee schedule, administration would apply the following communication strategy. The new fees would be advertised on the website. They would be clearly posted at the front counter, and a link to the fees would be advertised in the paper. And administration recommends that the new fees become effective upon approval. So I attached the bylaw, and I actually I just attached the planning and development schedule with the amended fees based on first and second reading, with the adjustments to refunds and the subdivision application fee.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gillum. Entertain discussion or motion on this item. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Rafe, and thank you, administration, for the updated schedule. I would like to motion that council grant third reading to bylaw 26083 for the adoption of a bylaw for fee and refund schedule for planning and development.
Okay. Seeing Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Can you give me a list of the changes that were made? I didn't bring my other copy that when we talked about this.
Yeah, I can go over them. So the application base fee for subdivision was raised from 500 to 1,000. And then under the, under the refunds for development permit, prior to processing it, we went from 100% to 50%. And then in process, or complete, no refund. And then subdivision, prior to circulation, went from 100 to 50, and remained the same after circulation. And then for statutory plans, after first reading, went from 50% to no refund.
Do you need to?
Oh, sorry, and then the addition of, did I remember to put that in? And then the extra, sorry, yeah, the $15 for the other plans to be purchased as well. Sorry, yes.
Okay. We do have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay that council grant third reading to bylaw 26083 for the adoption of bylaw and fee refund schedule for planning and development. Seeing no further discussion. Oh, Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Just on the circulations, prior to circulation and prior to processing, the amount of work we're putting into those, it's not significant amounts of work, correct? Just confirming what we went over.
Correct, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion. Is there any other discussion, comments, questions? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is supported by council. Moving on to item number 8, which is new business, 8.1 corporate services, 8.1.1 2025 assessment data report. It is on page 94 of today's agenda, and I'd like to welcome our assessor to the council chambers.
Good morning, Reeve, Deputy Reeve, councillors. I'm here to present the 2025 assessment data report for your consideration, for your information. So the valuation date for assessment is July 1st each year. The 2025 assessment reflects values as of July 1st, 2025. Our notices were mailed out February 18th this year, and there has been a small overall increase for assessment values for all county properties. Now, assessments are based on mass appraisal using market sales data. The provincial audit standards require assessment to sale ratios between 0.95 and 1.05 when considering all these sales. An example of how this works is we had a Cougar Ridge property sold for $980,000 last May, and the current assessment for 2025 was $972,000, which is a ratio of 0.99, which is within the range as determined by the MGA there. Now, the timeline is we submitted our assessment roll first week of February, and Municipal Affairs gives it an initial review, and it was approved at that time. And then the province does their mailing of the linear assessment notices in late January, and their designated industrial property assessments are mailed out in late February. And so ours was right in between those two mail-outs by the province. Now, our data is used as the basis for council's determining of the property tax rates each year. So the assessment year is always 1 year prior to the taxation year. Therefore, we will be comparing the 25 assessment data with 24 data, and the 2025 assessment data combined with the 26 tax rate is how the levy will be calculated. And our taxable assessment base has remained stable this year when compared to the 24 values. And here you can glance at how we've shown the comparison here, and these are the different classes in the county. So you can see the farmland. Farmland usually remains fairly stable just because it's a regulated rate for the assessment values. The residential portion is up 4%. Part of that increase is the addition of all Caroline assessment value, which added about $50 million totally we received from Caroline. So most of that was in the residential increase, and there was a small portion of the non-residential and small business increase with the Caroline addition also. And you can see the linear government assessment and the DIP government assessment, more or less the same, a slight increase, not much. So there was not much change in those totals. And you can see the total taxable amounts at the bottom there, so a reflection of just under 2% in total. Now, the province has been responsible for all the linear assessments. Since 2023, they've also taken responsibility for the designated industrial property assessments. The province has contracted directly with the Accurate Assessment Group to be our service provider for these DIP properties. The province has taken over that DIP assessment portion, except for about a dozen of the largest jurisdictions in the province where they didn't have the amount of staff and to go out to these bigger municipalities, which we are one of those counties. So that's why they're still using the contract assessors that were working for us previously before they took it over. So the linear and DIP assessment base makes up about 3/4 of our total assessment base. Residential at 23%, and then non-residential is only at 2%. Now, this is only a reflection on the assessment, not necessarily on the taxes. So the linear and DIP sectors have seen new plants come online, like we're talking about the Paramount plant that's come online. However, we've had a decommissioned plant also, so that's offset that an increase. That's why there hasn't been a whole lot of change in our linear and DIP assessments for 2025. Now, council has has in the past, when the MGA allowed for it in 2019, a reduced municipal tax rate for small businesses. It's a subclass of the non-residential class, and it can receive up to a 25% maximum municipal tax reduction from the regular non-res rate. And the only eligibility that we've put in place, which was part of the provincial legislation, was they must have a valid county permit to operate, and they must have 50 or fewer employees. And we've increased every year since we've had this subclass in effect. We've increased our number of rolls and the total assessment each year. So you can see the slight increase from the prior year there. We've got about an additional 50 number of accounts and about 15 million in additional assessment. And that's a benefit to all our small businesses in the county, and I emphasize when I'm out and inspecting property and dealing with business owners that that rate is always available. One of the things I did focus on last year was getting around to all the Caroline businesses. We've got a number of them that have signed up, but I'm still working to get, haven't had a full 100% participation yet, but I'm going to keep promoting that as a benefit to them. There's been a lot of talk on farmland, so I'm just going to give some quick points on how assessment views it. The county, obviously, we have a mix of full quarter sections to smaller acreage parcels. We are always determining if the land use meets the MGA definition of farming. Land used for farming is assessed at the regulated rate of $350 an acre, and that has been in place for well over 30 years. So. Now the MGA allows 4 classes for land: farmland, residential, non-residential, and then machinery and equipment. So when land is not used for the farming, then it reverts to the market value as a residential rate. Farm parcels often have multiple assessment codes where they'll have a 3-acre site assessed at market value whenever there's a residence on that farmland. The remaining land is assessed as farmland, and then we look at all buildings on the property, and any building associated with the farm operation are assessed but are not taxable. And there is an additional benefit for farmers in the province called the Rural Assessment Policy. And this allows active farmers receive a reduction on the value of their residence. The reduction is basically the value of all the farmland that they own, up to a maximum benefit of $61,540 there. Now, when we are looking out, when we are doing our inspections, we are always looking at how is that land being used, and farms don't necessarily have to be farmed by the owners. Farming can be done by family members, neighbors, or anybody else if they want to lease that land out for whatever purpose, whether it's for crops or for grazing. We verify, we always contact the owners and discuss who is doing the farming. And our goal is always to be fair and equitable with everybody out there. And if we can't come to an agreement, property owners always have the right to appeal if they disagree with our assessment.
Mr. Cotchin, at this time I do see Councillor Cermak. Do you have a comment or question?
Yep, go ahead. Yes, Mr.
How do you get the market value of the 3 acres of a homestead? Do you go into the real estate market, or is this from government, or?
No, we're looking at, we determined that that's a market value rate, the 3-acre site value. So we're always looking at vacant land sales within the county dictate how that rate gets determined. So the 3-acre site value includes, like we look at, like I say, the vacant land sales, and then when there's a residence on there, that 3-acre site value would include the value of the servicing to that, for that site, so the value of the septic system, whatever they have in place, the water, drilling a water well and bringing power on site, which we're always monitoring the costs of that, and we've seen, especially since COVID, that the cost to service an unserviced parcel has increased substantially over time.
Yeah, like it has just skyrocketed, like, used to be able to service your house for 40,000 and now it's over 100.
Yeah, yeah.
So
it's-
that's all taken into
That's,
consideration.
yes, that is included in the 3-acre site value.
Well, you have quite a workload.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do have myself and one other assessor, and actually this year we've got, thanks to council, we're bringing in a contract assessor to help us for the inspection cycle this summer.
I take my hat off to you, that you three of you can do that all. That's amazing. Thank you.
Okay, we have another comment or question from Deputy Reeve. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just with regards to the ownership of farmland, I don't believe it's a tool available in Alberta, but are you aware of other jurisdictions where if farmland is owned by a non-farming corporate entity, that it can be taxed at a different rate than it would be for agricultural owners or agricultural businesses?
Well, the owner is an individual or a corporation. If they're not farming the land, then that land reverts to market value. So it depends. The ownership is not relevant as more like we're focusing on how is the land being used? Is the land being farmed? And we see like there are a lot of owners that own land in Clearwater that don't live in Clearwater. That's just a fact
Right,
that
and
we've
it's-
always had that.
And it's a real problem for young people in Clearwater to be able to farm because foreign corporate ownership is buying up the majority of the land at drastically inflated prices. And if there was a mechanism to tax that investment-based ownership or, non-agricultural based ownership. Like I realize that we look at it as if the land is being farmed, then it's considered agricultural land. But my question is more to, is there a way to differentiate on the ownership side?
There's
It's a
nothing
large
there's nothing in the MGA that would allow us to kind of separate foreign ownership of the parcels. That wouldn't be more, not at a municipal level, and maybe at a provincial or federal level. There's something that could be addressed. I know in BC, I've heard that they put additional taxes on foreign ownership of land because they were getting a lot of Chinese people coming and buying up properties in the lower mainland. But that wouldn't be at our level in the municipality here. It would be more at a federal or provincial level to address that situation.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one question, Mr. Cochin, regarding the small business assessment subclass.
Yes.
This program here, so it was introduced in 2019 and it allows a reduced municipal tax rate for small businesses. Is there so businesses, they would have to sign up to receive this program, or how does that work?
I've started a one-page application just so we get information, and then we ask them if they want to be notified for county and our communications department when we're promoting their business, whatever that business may be. And so we ask them if they want to be included with the economic development officer. And basically just verify that they have less than 50 employees. Basically, it's just a sign off that they have a permit to operate and they have less than 50 employees. And then we just have contact information from them so that we track them and see if they want to be helped by the economic development part in planning there.
Okay, so is this just once they've applied for this 25% reduction in the regular non-residential rate, is that just ongoing, or is this more of an incentive program to initiate new startups, or is this just ongoing?
Once they're in the program and they continue to operate their business, then we continue to give them that reduced tax rate. It's only if the business ceases to operate, or like I say, I've had I am always looking at, like, we get all the new development permits from planning, so we become aware of anybody that's filed a permit to operate a new business, and I'm usually out there shortly after that to let them know that this program is available to them. And I can even, like, every year that I'm looking at it, I can always make it retroactive. So even this year, for people that haven't been, or haven't notified us or haven't filled out their form, we can always get to them and do a revision to get them down to the reduced rate. And then they stay at that rate for as long as they operate their business in the county.
Yeah, I'm just wondering for fairness and equality, like for some business owners that would be unaware of this, then they wouldn't get it, but the people that are in the know, and then they would be, so you would have some businesses that would have this reduced rate. if
We
they know how-
try, yeah, we try and to every business that we're aware of in the county is like, it's, we don't have a great number of businesses. It's kind of isolated to certain areas, and then there are one-off. We have most of the businesses that have started up, like, have gone through the permit process, but there are older ones that are in place, like Scottapoli's construction, and I'm trying to think of a few other ones. But then when they were first started, they were kind of grandfathered in, so they didn't need a permit. They were just operating that time. But then for them to get up to in some cases, they need to get their buildings might have to meet a fire code to be legalized, because we had a lot of business come in and kind of get legalized after the fact. There's a process through planning where they legalize either buildings or legalize their business operation. And so sometimes we make a referral for the business owner to check with planning to get their business approved, kind of thing. And then once it's approved, we give them the reduced rate.
Okay, yeah, have more thoughts on this, but Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Continue if you want, Reeve.
No, you got the floor.
Just with regards to this small business subclass idea, is that something that could be applied to agricultural property but in reverse? Whereas if a large corporation purchases agricultural property, they're taxed at a higher level, or are our taxes or our value per acre dictated by the province? Or is that something that we can?
Subclasses in the non-residential category. I'm not sure if there could possibly be a subclass for farmland, like you say, or for residential. I'd have to do some research on that to see if there's any legislation currently in the MGA that would allow us to do something like that. But I'm not sure if that's legal at this point or not.
Is that something that I could request?
Yeah, I can do some research and get a response back to you sometime this week.
Yeah. Don't put it on your top priority, but just if it's something we're applying to small businesses to help smaller businesses, maybe it's something we can use to help smaller farmers, but.
I'll do some research and see what I can find out in that regard.
Thank you.
Ready, seeing Councillor Levin, go ahead, please.
Excuse me, Drew. Are you referring to BlackRock in Europe, where they're buying up all the agricultural land? They're a big investment firm, and the potential of that starting to happen here in Alberta or Canada. Thank you.
Ms. Serhan, would you like to provide some comments?
That's okay, I'll let the discussion finish.
Deputy Reeve,
I'm
go ahead.
not referring to any specific corporation, but it is a problem where large corporations are purchasing farmland.
Ms. Serhan?
So the MGA speaks specifically to the small business assessment subclass, and that a different rate up to 25% below the regular non-residential rate can be levied on those properties, but there is no other subclasses that speak to a different rate for the different if they're the same assessment class, they have to be charged the same rate.
Okay. I guess maybe some of my thoughts were if it's an ongoing, like with this, with the small business assessment subclass, if it's just ongoing and there's a reduced municipal tax reduction, this program, because the business owners have to apply for it. But I was just wondering if the application process, just for fairness and equality for all business owners, take the application process out and just reduce the taxes for all small businesses to a like for fairness and equality, or what would that look like? Because right now you'd only have that, the business that would apply, but the other ones would be left out.
Well, we always going to have two classes of the non-residential class, because we're going to have the larger oil and gas companies that would not qualify because they have more than 50 employees. So it's just a matter of going or checking with each business. I've tried to be in contact with all the businesses that are currently in the county, and we're working with owners to just determine, as long as they've met the conditions, because it's having that valid permit to operate and then number of employees. So once we've confirmed that they've met those two conditions, then yes, they get that regardless, so.
Okay, please proceed with your presentation. Sorry, Mr. Hen has some comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that the assessment department does actively reach out to non-residential classed properties that they feel would qualify and ask them to apply. But the onus is on the property owner to ensure that they do meet the two qualifications. However, it's not just Clearwater County isn't just waiting for the applications to come in. The assessment department does actively go out and search out these businesses that they feel would qualify and ask them to apply.
Okay, and I was just thinking of the ones that may slip through the cracks or didn't get contacted, they wouldn't get this. So I was just looking for a level of fairness for all businesses, and that's all.
Fair with everybody, and like I even walked through Caroline last summer once they became part of the county, and handed out to every business I could see in Caroline the one-page application, and I did get good response back, but I didn't get 100% response. But it's like anything, some people might have just forgot or misplaced it, so I'll follow up again this year and continue to promote that they have an option here to get their taxes reduced.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you. And just one more quick question. I think we just kind of skipped past it there, but with regards to the value per acre for agricultural property that determines the amount of tax paid, is that set by the province or is that set by Clearwater County?
The assessment is a regulated rate, so I started at $350 an acre, and that's standard for anywhere in Alberta. $350 for regular farmland, $450 for irrigated farmland, but we don't have any irrigation here. It's mainly down in the south where they use that irrigation. So that's the starting point. And then there was, back in the day, 50 years ago, the assessment was farmland was much more detailed. So they created, the assessors back in the day created, we actually have some of the information down in our planning department, in our archives, is there was a little map drawn of each field for each quarter, where there was trees, where there was waterways, and so they were all rated. So all farmland, and there's actually a Canada Land Inventory that rates all farmland. And that's kind of a starting point. So there's classes, it goes from class 1 as the best farmland to class 7, which is 0. So all that was taken into consideration back in the day, and all those detailed farmland assessments were carried forward. And we have that today, where I have farmers or a realtor sometimes calling me and asking me to see the sheet of the fields of how they're rated. Because as you know, there's all classes of farmland. I might like to say class 1 is the best. We have none of that 1, 2, or 3 in Clearwater. We start at 4, basically a 4, 5, and 6 combination. And then there's adjustments made for stoniness, topography, trees, waterways, that type of thing. So it's, even though all the farmland in Clearwater starts at $350 an acre, it doesn't end up as the assessed value, because if you took 160 acres and say there was a vacant quarter and multiply that by $350, so you're getting up into the $20,000-$30,000. But then once it gets adjusted for the quality of the land, it comes down quite a bit. So most farmland assessments for vacant quarters per se are somewhere between 10 and 20 25,000, I would say, and you'll see all the assessments somewhere in that range. And then you multiply that by the tax rate, and the taxes paid by farmers on vacant quarters are a couple $100 maybe, somewhere in that range, because council will be setting the rates. I believe Ms. Serhan will be bringing forward some options for you to consider at the next council meeting in April. But those farmland assessments don't change like once they're in place, because farmland doesn't, we're not looking at the farmland. That's not my priority because of that regulated rate, and it doesn't change a whole lot over time. But that's how the farmland has been assessed, and that's been in place, like I say, for since 1995, when they brought in the latest assessment in the MGA.
Thank you.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yeah, the rural assessment policy, now that's for active farmers with a residence on their property, and they receive the 61,540 automatically if their resident is on their farmland.
That's correct. If they have farmland that's valued at least 61,000, for you to get the maximum reduction of 61,000, you probably have to own multiple quarters, because we don't have much. Like I was mentioning to Deputy Reeve McKay, that usually our assessment on quarters are somewhere between 10 and 25,000. So to get up to that 60,000, you're looking at probably owning at least 3 quarters to get the maximum benefit. Otherwise, if you, like, say you just own the 1 quarter and your assessment is 25,000 on that farmland, your residence assessment is reduced just by that 25,000.
Oh, okay, so every farmer's entitled to
But
that.
every farmer that is doing the farming
automatically
themselves automatically gets that, yeah. It's called the principal residence exemption, and it showed separately on their assessment notices.
Perfect. Clears that right up. Super clear. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, do you have any additional information? Okay, we'd be looking for motion to accept the presentation as information. Councillor McCauley makes the motion to accept the 2025 assessment data report for information as presented. Seeing no, Councillor McCauley, do you have any comments?
Nope.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is supported by council. Thank you very much. And we will take a recess till
We have a delegation at 1.
yeah, so we'll take a recess till 1 o'clock. Welcome back from our recess. And again, our March 24th regular council meeting here, and we're honored with a presentation and delegation from the Rocky Mountain House, Rimbey, and Sundre RCMP detachments regarding community priorities plan and updates. Welcome to council chambers, and we'll start with a quick round of introductions, and starting with Ward 1 Councillor.
Afternoon, you guys. My name is Brianne Powell. I'm Ward 1 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Hazen Letwin, Ward 2 Council.
Good afternoon, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Deputy Reeve.
Welcome to council chambers, Jordan Northcott, Reeve.
Good afternoon, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good afternoon, welcome, Rick Emmons, CAO.
My turn. Staff Sergeant Stephanie Lessick, Rocky Mountain House, RCMP.
Sergeant Drew Abernathy, Rimbey RCMP.
Sergeant Ryan Stillant, Rocky Mountain House, RCMP.
Sergeant Courtney Harding, Sundre RCMP.
Excellent. Welcome to council chambers again, and thank you very much for coming today. And if you'd like to get any, proceed with your presentation.
Perfect, thank you.
So I'll get started for the Rimbey area. My cohort here to run the clicker for me, please. All right, so just to give you kind of the long and the short for Rimbey's detachment area, we brought in a few stats from the agency. As you can see, for us, most of our crime for the area is MVCs, things like break and enters, theft over, and theft under crime is kind of our top file type for our workload. As you can see, the red area is our busiest time. That's usually Monday, because everybody reports all their MVCs to the detachment about that time of day. So it does give us a bit of an increase. Other than that, our crime is pretty sporadic. Next one. And then, as you can see, it shows our year-by-year crime stats. Obviously, our prisons crimes are pretty standard. They've been steady across the board, up and down a little bit. We kind of deal with our same clientele for that area. However, property crime is always pretty high. We've been, over the last 3 to 4 years, we've done very well. And most of that is due to CAD crew. They're certainly helping us out and assisting us. They come out of Central Alberta District up in Leduc, and because of the dynamics of our detachment, I have limited resources. They come in and enhance us. Most of their work is done in the Clearwater County area, tackling oil field theft. So they've certainly helped bring down our property crime. Those particularly individuals that they deal with, they were gone for a while. Now they're coming back out again. So we're seeing a bit of an uptick in some of our crime in those areas. And for us, it tends to trickle down kind of Breton, Thorsby, down into Rimbey, and then obviously Rocky, so that they kind of move along for the information that I have for those areas. And then our Rimbey provincial traffic's with the highways in our area, we're pretty steady with our traffic and traffic offenses and complaints. This year we really went big on education and just trying to keep people, less accidents is at the end of the day is what our goal was. Our APP is closing for the traffic portion. I just had a quick look at our numbers. We kind of had a goal for enforcement education, about 200, and looks like my team came through and we pushed up close to 500, so that's what it's looking like for our year end. So they definitely surpassed what I had asked them to do, so we're getting seen out there. Clearwater County, 2253, that's kind of our busiest location for our detachment area. So, and then just overall, I have a little more, I like my simpler, stat, but with respect to like, just so you guys know what we're kind of doing at our end. Rimbey proper, we had 897 calls, Panoka County, 749. And then we dropped to Lacombe and Clearwater. Lacombe County was 139 and Clearwater County was 120. And of the crimes for Clearwater County, our property crime, which is generally oil field theft, was 52 of those calls for service. And then for traffic collisions were 23 and traffic complaints were 24 of those 120 calls. So kind of gives you an idea what we're dealing with as it pertains to Clearwater County and what our goals kind of have set. So based on those stats that I have there, my suggestion to you from our perspective would be that obviously you want to keep us community engagement, meeting with Oilfield. I regularly meet with their security teams, also with the CMAC, so that we can, kind of discuss things, see where we're going, give updates, share information. And so I like that part, and I like to keep the community engagement portion for the CPP. Additionally, property crime does matter for Clearwater County as it pertains to Rimbey, as well as traffic safety. So those are kind of my suggestions for priorities for this coming fiscal year. And that's my little portion of this presentation.
I guess that makes me. So, for those of you who probably don't know, not being involved in the process before, prior to this, we did the annual performance plan, where the three of us would sit in this room and we would present to you what we think your community's policing priorities need to be. This year, there's been a shift this fiscal year in which we want this to be community-led, community-driven, and decided by you folks, not by us, really. So we can provide you data and opinions, but really it's up to the people at this table to tell us what you want our policing priorities this year to be. Does that make sense? It's kind of a new process. It shouldn't be that. So a lot of our information is the same. We had a chance, the three of us, to sit down, and our file types are generally quite the same, despite the fact that we have such a large footprint and these two don't have as much of a footprint. And we're gonna echo a lot of the same sentiments, right? So you can see on our calls for service for Rocky Mountain House, that's Clearwater County. MVCs, traffic safety, all very high up there. Property crime doesn't even hit our top files until like 14 down, right? And I know everyone's like, no, property crime's our biggest problem. But the data is telling us otherwise, right? Here, I'm not gonna say it's not a problem. People underreport it for sure, theft under or from their rural properties. Seasonally, we see a spike as well, right? For us here in Rocky, but again, I'm echoing my friend's data there as well. Oh yeah, I forget I have this. I can just do this. Criminal code, we're not seeing anything major in our trends. You can see property crime is up there for 2025, and it will continue to be a priority for us. We will always target our prolific offenders, and Sergeant Slant could offer a little bit more on our crime reduction unit and targeting our prolific offenders if you have a moment. Throwing you under the bus.
Yeah, so we have, just in the recent months, we've fulfilled our staffing, our positions. So we've created a crime reduction unit. So that's 2 members dedicated to proactive reduction in crime. So we've been careful not to really tie them down to anything in particular. We're allowing them to go out into the rural areas and do some surveillance and look at who could be causing issues. They can deal with any type of crime. It doesn't have to be any property crime. They'll deal with mental health things out there, suspicious people. They have the ability to go uniform, plain clothes, unmarked cars or marked cars, depending on what the issue is, so they can tailor their approach to exactly what's happening in real time within the communities. So they've been out there, they've been quite successful. We've executed a few search warrants for some stolen wires and things like that that are being stolen from the oil fields. So we have been recovering that property. They're also largely in the intelligence based, so getting out there and talking to people and getting all the information to learn who's who and who all the players are. So we found that they've been quite successful, and they're eager to get out there and find crime for us. So it's been a great addition.
Thank you. Over to our common activities in 2025. Looking at where we're spending our time in Clearwater County, abandoned vehicles, animal calls, assist Canadian Police, so that would be probation. So maybe probation gets a warrant for somebody. Now we're assisting them in executing that warrant, or maybe Fish and Wildlife or some of our partner agencies. Assist general public, that can be anything really. Anything that we can't capture as a crime time, where we're doing non-enforcement based activities. We're making resolution in a civil dispute and trying to keep the two neighbors getting along, right? Those can be quite time consuming. And assist provincial department. Again, we're going to those partner agencies to help them execute their warrants or keep them safe when they're doing their daily activities. So I would respectfully echo my friend's sentiment that I think community engagement continues to be a priority for our communities. They want to see us out there. They want to see the car. They want to see the flashing lights. They want to see us at the parade. They want to see us at their event. Invite us, we'll come, I promise. Just make sure I know about them, and we're happy to be there. Traffic safety, right? That is multifaceted. Speeding goes into collisions, goes into impaired driving, impaired by drug as well. Our roads have to be safe. We have such a big area. That would be another one for me. And property crime, it's difficult to ignore. It is one of the things you hear continually at town halls, right? I had my garage broken into, this was stolen from me. Nordegg, that area, right, seasonally, we see a spike in that come the summer months. And that is from Rocky. If anyone has any questions for me, I'm gonna try.
I'm not seeing any questions from any council members at this time, but thank you very much so far for all the information.
Yeah.
For Sundre Detachment, things are going really well down in Sundre. I'm just gonna cover off some numbers for our last year. So Sundre covers primarily the southern tip of Clearwater County, and a large part of that is in fact quite rural and remote. We do look after, of course, the village at Burnstick Lake and Cramond, so our population base in the county is actually relatively small, but we do, our concerns for Sundre, for Clearwater County, are very much are the same as Rimbey and Rocky Mountain House Detachment Commanders. It's very consistent. For Clearwater County last year, we responded to 290 complaints, or 13% of our calls at Sundre Detachment. So it is a, you know, a fairly significant little chunk considering the size of the county we do cover. Again, our busiest time is very consistent again with Rocky Mountain House and Rimbey, so that would be your Monday to Friday business hours. That's when the majority of our complaints are being reported to RCMP. As well, we are very busy between the months of May to September, or October even, and that's just with the amount of activity we have out in West Country. So we do see our call volumes go up fairly substantially there. So our top files that we respond to for Sundre Detachments would be in relation to traffic. So that would be our motor vehicle collisions with property damage. That would be our moving traffic, our speed complaints, vehicles that have generated, even when they're not moving, they're generating complaints. We're getting a large number of suspicious person, vehicle, and property type complaints from people, and this is a good sign. This means that our rural residents are calling in complaints to the RCMP when they're seeing suspicious activity out in the county. So this is very, very positive. As a result of those suspicious persons' complaints being called in to us, of course, our statistics for perhaps those break and enters and our mischiefs, specifically with regards to oil field crime, oil field sites, we have seen some activity out in the county there. I'm just thinking back There have been a few significant investigations out in Clearwater County this last year for Sundre Detachment in relation to oil field crimes, but you know, we've been doing what we can as far as crime reduction goes, placing bait items and high-value items out in Clearwater County to try and target offenders who might be out looking at these sites. So we've done what we can there. We do have a project ongoing right now with the province of Alberta, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Branch. We're working in partnership with OLD's RCMP Detachments, and it's called Data to Action. So right now, basically our crime reduction team for Southern Alberta District and the province and us are working together on combating this rural oil field crime and copper wire thefts. So that work is underway. Again, I echo Staff Sergeant Lissack's, Stephanie's, with regards to, you know, where the concerns are and what the community would want. And certainly that would be the visibility of the police, because with the visibility comes the crime deterrence, right? Especially out in the rural areas when they're seeing the police vehicles or the police operations, or perhaps if we're tackling traffic, if that's identified as a priority, they're seeing us out there doing those joint force operations, perhaps with your county peace officers, and those criminals are turning around going the other way. So traffic, property crime, I think that those would be good areas to focus on. And any questions for Sundre or?
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Not necessarily for Sundre, but for all of you, just with regards to property crime in the oil and gas industry, we made some changes as an industry with the cabling that we're using and how we install it. And you say there's still seems to be an increase in that crime, or it seems to be decreasing?
Very high ticket item, for sure. So there's lots. One of the challenges that we find when we're investigating it is determining who owns it, right? So we've executed some search warrants where we've recovered a number of spools. Trying to figure out what site that came from was hard. Not all of the sites have been labeling them so that we could say that this particular spool came from this site. But we are seeing it. It's quite prevalent. Almost every rural search warrant we're doing, we're seeing evidence of wash stripping going on.
Now, being part of the industry crime reduction for a few years, one of the suggestions at the time was to use the enforcement piece on the places where these sales are taking place of copper. Has that increased yet? Like I know in Red Deer, for many years, there was no request for identification.
So there is actually, we have access now to a database for all the sellers, and they're required to provide ID for who's buying it, who's selling it to them. So there is a mechanism to follow up on it.
But has there ever been enforcement at those locations? Because a lot of times that's fake IDs and cash sales. And
it is, and a lot of that, it hasn't happened quite in our area, but our CAD crew team is involved with that quite heavily.
Because it is quite prevalent in Red Deer, that's my industry, I know it well, and I know the requirements when you take this stuff in as a legitimate contractor, and there's many places there are none.
Yeah, absolutely. It is something that's challenging for us, but we are engaged in dealing with that.
I can speak to a little bit of that through our Data to Action project that we have underway. It has been identified as an issue that, again, we do need to be paying attention specifically to those metal places and companies and whatnot that are accepting the stolen copper wire. Certainly. So I mean, it's been recognized, it's not being ignored, and it's being addressed. I know certainly through Southern Alberta District. So it's definitely on our radar, and we are currently looking at those businesses for compliance.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yes, I just wanted to bring something to light at this meeting for the rest of council and for everybody who's listening to it. Was brought to light at the mutual crime reduction meetings that we have in conjunction with West Central stakeholders. And when I was talking with you previously, Ryan and Drew, I believe both of you, but that when there's an incident, when any of the residents have an incident of any kind, that it's very important that it's reported because you guys use it for tracking purposes. I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that for everybody.
Sure. So, yeah, we find a lot of times that it is such a common thing. If it doesn't hit a certain value, a lot of places won't report it to us because it's hard for us to recover it. We may not be able to solve it. But yeah, as Lauren is saying, the reporting piece is tremendous to us. Even if we don't even get out to attend at the time, just having the location, the time, and any type of identifying factors, if you have video of the, even a style of truck, it gives us something to work with. And we have people out of our headquarters that analyze all of this. They can plot it out, they can map it for us, and that makes it easier for us to direct our crime reduction team to certain areas, be on the lookout for certain vehicles and people who may have been recently released. So that reporting piece is huge. We do have online crime reporting in Alberta now, so it can be as simple as that. Just upload some pictures there, date, time, location, and it may not help that week, but in the big picture, it's definitely gonna help us gear our patrols and our strategy towards that.
And that would apply for even if it's somebody suspicious, you know, if a resident sees somebody and, gee, they look like, why are they hanging around at the end of my driveway or the end of my neighbor's driveway? They look out of place. It's still worth reporting because
It's worth a call, yeah.
All day
absolutely.
long. And the big thing too with that, just to go further, for like as with Rimbey, what we've had a lot of success with is when I have my guys out proactively patrolling, because we are in touch with a lot of the oil field security guys, and obviously we use the Signal app that they've set up their own communication. The members themselves, completely voluntary, whether they want to be on that or not. I see a lot of value in it. I would say most of my guys are on it, if not all. And so even our members just patrolling around, the security guys will be like, hey, are you guys looking for something? And we're not at the time, we're just being proactive, but then they're looking for us too. And then if we are looking for something specific, they're relaying that back, or vice versa. If they've got something going on, they'll check and see if you'll see them pop up as a Rimbey member on, and then we're responding quicker. So they're reporting it. In terms of community people, they need to report those things too. Sometimes we get mixed signals with them, right? Like the citizens in Ward 7, right? They're like, it happens, and I'm not gonna report it. And even knowing that area myself personally, I say, report it, because then we can put those resources there and certainly, like with CAD crew, obviously Rocky has its own crew team. We can say, hey, we've got a problem here. Can you give it more attention? Right?
Yes, and I thank you guys for that because I was one of those guys, you know? No, oh well, it went away, no sense reporting it. What am I gonna report? I seen some people and they didn't steal anything because I chased them out of my yard. Doesn't really, what am I reporting? But to know that you build that database and hey, this is happening, here's what kind of vehicle and maybe it leads to getting those shifty characters off the plate.
Especially if the vehicle's unique and then we finally catch up to it, but we're putting that vehicle there, obviously. The justice system is a whole nother beast when it comes to that. But in terms of us, we can reasonably say if a truck or car has a red hood and a black body and we see a male, female, when we catch up with them, it's reasonable to say, these are probably all the same people, right? Committing the same crimes, so that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks for that, guys.
Okay, I do have one question. We spend a lot of time discussing infrastructure. I was just wondering the life expectancy or what's expected for the detachments. Is the shelf life of them, and the funding, how they're going to be replaced or upgraded.
So under the MPSA, the town of Rocky Mountain House is responsible for our building, right, given our population size. That is not on the plate. I have been told that it has been earmarked to be upgraded in the next 10 years. Our detachment is old in Rocky. It needs some upgrades. We're going to be exploring some options of ATCO trailers and some additional off-site, or not necessarily off-site, but extending into our parking lot to create some additional room for officers. So it's earmarked within the next 10 years by the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Okay. No, we just, across the entire province, there's all kinds of infrastructure that is public, and the costs are,
astronomical.
yes.
Yeah, and with respect to Rimbey Detachment, super dated office. It's a, the classic little brick building with the secure bay on it. When I got to Rimbey, I discussed kind of some options on some upgrades. They came out and said, oh, we're looking at a new building in 4 or 5 years. They picked out a site. There's since been, government change, other detachments needing probably more urgent. I think Rimbey Detachment has good bones. It's not the building isn't done. So I'm kind of pushing, would a new building be awesome? That'd be great. I'd love a new building, but I think we can operate just fine out of the building we have with a little TLC. So I've been kind of working with the town to kind of front load those costs and then getting the feds to pick up the tab. That's the hard part. They told me at the last minute this year, we've got some money left over. Can you get it done before, April 1st? I worked as hard as I could. But if it doesn't, the money goes back if it's not completed, and they won't pay until it's complete. So I had everything lined up. It didn't work out. It just was impossible with security clearance to meet that deadline. I'm hoping that they don't just tuck that away and they revisit it early this year. And then Rimbey, I'm going for an open concept just because the layout's really poor in there. It was designed for 3 or 4 people. So I think if we do those simple upgrades, I think that building will stretch for a lot longer. So that's why, stay tuned to the new year.
Yeah, thank you.
For Sundre Detachment, it's not municipal, it's not owned by the town of Sundre. It was built in 1973 and essentially started out as an old house, force living quarters, and then the detachment was attached onto the house from there. The building itself requires some substantial renovations, and the RCMP is well aware of that. We are currently on a priority list for the 2027-2028 fiscal year for, again, substantial renovations. I'm expecting that our detachment is going to have to be housed elsewhere while those renovations are being undertaken, just because of the degree of work that needs to be done to the building. But that's where we're at for that building.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions from council? Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Little different topic here, but just with the increase in mental health issues, addiction issues, drug trafficking issues, all of those related types of issues that all these smaller communities are seeing. Is there anything that the RCMP is doing in particular in this area that the public should be aware of that you guys would like to share? Or is there any new strategies to try to mitigate those issues?
So in our area, and I'm not for Sundre, I don't think, RPAC doesn't go out there, right? We do have,
No,
they do?
Rocky Mountain House RPAC.
Oh, they do, great. So our 3 detachments are fortunate enough to have an RPAC unit. They're housed right out of the Rocky Mountain House detachment. And so that's an LPN and a member that are a partner. Someone help me with the acronym. Police and crisis team, police and crisis team, what's the R?
Regional,
sorry. Just, so they are our eyes and ears, and they're a big help for us on mental health calls for service. So they, as a pair, will go and tackle this from an Alberta health standard and from the policing side, right? To work together to get these people the help they need in the most efficient manner. We are incredibly fortunate that they're based out of Rocky Mountain House and they spend a lot of their time here. And we have the most fantastic pair of people doing this job. I would encourage, if you ever want a delegation with them, I will arrange it. It's really good to hear about all of the incredible work that they're doing on the mental health side, addiction side. They really do go over and beyond. I can't speak any higher of them, actually.
They spend a lot of time, they don't just go to the crisis, they'll do the follow-up and help people get resources in place long-term. It's really quite a full coverage that they provide, so it's excellent. I didn't have one in my last detachments, and coming here, it's just been incredible to have.
And as far as education and prevention goes, I know the Rocky Mountain House RPAC team has certainly showed up in Sundre quite often, anytime they've been called upon. They attended an unhoused committee meeting back in the fall and again presented with regards to how mental health might be impacting the unhoused population within the town of Sundre. They're also showing up for a town hall that I have upcoming in the month of April as well, to do a presentation on their units, perhaps where their mandates are, what they do, education for the public with regards to the different types of apprehension orders and whatnot. So anytime they've certainly been called upon by the community to perhaps educate on their role in the RCMP and the community, they've certainly showed up for us.
Thank you. And I truly appreciate the effort that's being put in to assist those that need help. But I guess what I was trying to get at is there anything specific being done to try to eliminate these problems before they start by trying to cut off the source and supply of synthetic opioids that we know are so destructive, that we know are running rampant in our communities?
And that's our bread and butter, really. I'm looking, right? That's developing sources, that is writing search warrants, that's kicking in doors, that's cultivating human source, undercover buys, all of those things, which we continually do every day. They just don't get reported because they're covert techniques. We just don't advertise that we're doing them, to be perfectly honest. But those continue to be our priority because we also know that our calls for service can be influenced by those substances, and they increase the volatility, potentially the violence, the impact to the community. So it will always continue to be a priority for us too. And for us, a mandate with our crew unit and CAD crew, CAD GIS, that is things that we are continually trying to tackle that beast. Sometimes it's resources, but we've been very successful. I think in the last 3 months, we've done 3, 4, 5 search warrants.
Yep. One as recently as last week where he took meth cocaine off the street. We also have the ability to bring in outside resources out of our detachment. So when we do a search warrant, if there's going to be weapons and high amounts of drugs and volatility, we'll bring in an ERT team, like an emergency response team, which takes the burden off of our detachment from securing that for the hours leading up to the search warrant, holding it while we're searching. It provides our guys the time to keep doing their jobs without having to stop. And then between our CAD crew, our local crew, and our GIS, we can put together a good package for prosecution as well. So we will follow that right through the court system.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the explanation.
Councillor Cermak has a comment or question. Please go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I hope it's not in our area, but I didn't see it touched in any of this human trafficking. It's really prevalent in the cities. It's not reached out here, I hope.
Not that I know of. I don't have any reported incidences of it, if I'm happy to say that.
Yeah, because they were saying that it's happening in Indigenous reserves and
okay. Yeah, nothing that's been reported to us.
Nothing came to light.
No.
Sometimes
great news.
That is great.
Prostitution will sometimes get looped in with human trafficking, just because the online portion now, instead of, you look at the old movies and stuff where somebody's walking downtown just waiting for somebody to show up and offer money. That doesn't happen anymore. It's done through online mediums. messaging apps and things like that. So there is an aspect of human trafficking if they're not the ones that are in control of that app, but as far as major human trafficking, we haven't seen that here.
Great.
I can report on. Nothing for Rimbey, I'm not.
And there would be no concerns for that in Sundre.
Good. I'd love to hear that news.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions from the rest of council. So we very much appreciate the presentation and the time that you've taken to come to council and have these discussions. And so I'd be looking for a motion to accept the presentation and the delegation as information. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I'll make a motion that we accept the delegation and the presentation as information.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the motion. I'll see no further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you very much again.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
And
great to see you.
Yeah, actually, Ms. Thompson, I'll just wait. Maybe we'll take a 10-minute recess, please. Welcome back from our recess. Moving on in today's agenda, we'll be moving into item 8.2, Public Works Infrastructure. Item 8.2.1, Township Road 42-5A Project Updates. On page 109 of today's agenda. And I'll pass the floor over to Director Hansen at this time to present this item.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Well, we haven't talked about Township Road 42-5A for at least a few months, so wanted to provide an update. So taking the group back to the 2026 budget deliberations, discussions included that more clarity was needed around the $450,000 that we identified in budget for the realignment of approximately 400 meters of county-owned Township Road 42-5A. It was associated with the alignment of the new alignment originally proposed by the Ochis for their bridge. So it was included in budget as per the following resolution. Motion by Councillor Neil Ratcliffe that Council direct administration to fund 50% of the actual road realignment construction for 400 meters of road up to a maximum of $450,000 from the Resource Road Restricted Surplus. So our latest correspondence dated January 12th, 2026 from the firm representing the Ochis First Nation states that the OCFN has since redesigned the bridge work and secured all required funding and will be proceeding with the completion of this work independent of Clearwater County and the required work to the road. Details of this was provided to Clearwater County in the letter to Council dated December 15th, 2025. To be clear, Ochis First Nation is not requesting any approvals, funding, or actions from Clearwater County related to the bridge work as it's already funded and will be proceeding. So I was actually out there this morning. It's great to see that they've actually cleared the new alignment for the new bridge. All the trees have been removed, and it does appear to be lined up right to to basically the boundary of the reserve. So that really cleans up that item in our case, so that we would be looking for, as a recommendation to Council, that Council consider removing the $450,000 that we allocated in the 2026 budget from the Resource Road Restricted Surplus for the realignment project. Any questions on that item so far?
No, I don't see any questions at this time, no.
Okay, wanted to move on to the Township Road 42-5A grading base pave project. So for the benefit of this council, as being, I know we've had some short, maybe incomplete dialogue there, but I wanted to provide an opportunity to provide a little bit more of the history of where this grading base pave project came from. Really, it goes all the way back to right after we finished the Sunchild Road. That was a very successful project that was 1/3 funded by the Government of Canada, Government of Alberta, as well as Clearwater County. So that project started in 2009 and was completed 2011. As you can imagine, immediately following the completion of that project, it really provided a platform for the next priority, which would be the Ochis Road. So that was 42-5A was discussed many times as being the next logical priority. But even back in 2011, 2012, it was always under the premise of the 1/3 cost share. And over the next few years, that's when councils of the day started actually building up that Resource Road Restricted Surplus to make sure that that 1/3 funding was always in place. So there again, Township Road 42-5A is 16.7 kilometers in length and extends from Range Road 8-1A, the Buster Creek Road, south to the Baptiste River or the Ochis First Nations border. So due to heavy traffic volumes, maintenance costs, and safety concerns, this road has been a paving priority for Clearwater County Council for several years, as well as the nation. So I'm going to go back. 2014 is when Clearwater County really started investing in some of the pre-design work for this project. So we retained WSP to complete the design. So that included surveying, daylighting pipelines, design, drafting, development of a pavement design report, and construction estimates. So that work was approximately $94,000, and the estimate at the time was about $16.7 million. It was just prior to that, councils had already basically set aside $5 million in the restricted surplus. So even back in 2014, the price was, you know, and I think in 2011, we'd estimated at $15,000. That's why it was $5,000 or $5 million, sorry, is what we'd set aside for this $15 million project. But it's exponentially gone up over the years. So we updated the estimate again in 2016. Price went down a little bit, but it's just basically conducive to market adjustments and wherever the economy was at the time. 2021, a lot more pressure on council to move forward with this project. So we retained WSP again to resurvey the road, locate additional pipelines. There was a fiber utility that was also run all the way along that corridor out to the reserve. So that was located. We completed a wetland field assessment. So a QUACE, we did the mapping and updated the construction estimate. So we spent about $52,000 at that time, and the estimate was about $19 million. So now we go to 2023. The county received a letter from the government of Alberta committing up to a maximum of $8 million for this project. The funding is contingent on the remaining $8 million to be secured from other sources. So it was shortly after that, Clearwater County Council basically identified that there would be $8 million in our restricted surplus. We had the $8 million from the GOA, and lobby efforts were being taken place, including Mr. Emmons going out to Ottawa with our former Reeve, as well as representatives of the Ochis to continue that lobby effort. 2025, now our estimate's close to about 26.4 million. So we have been in contact with the government of Alberta to look for other grant opportunities. Unfortunately, this project doesn't fit well into the granting categories. So the latest correspondence, their recommendation was that we submit a formal request letter, which has been attached, outlining the challenges in securing this third partner and request further grant support. So this request would be then sent to the Treasury Board for consideration. Yeah, so like I say, that letter has been attached for Council's review. So a little bit more detail about the project itself. So if or when Council decides to move forward with the project, the timeline and estimates would be as follows. We still need a year, between 8 to 10 months there to finish the preliminary design, to finish getting all the permits that we required. So that would be estimated about 200,000. Good construction practices is to reconstruct the year in advance. So the grading would be one construction season, estimated about $13 million, which does have, that project does have one bridge file that does require replacement on it. And then the base pave would be the following year, so estimated about $13 million, so a total project cost of $26.4 million. So last time during budget deliberations, a little bit different than what we seen yesterday with our strategic planning, because that showed up till the end of 2025. From discussions with finance, the resource road restricted surplus has a balance of about $8,750,000. So that's $50,000 shy of our 1/3 share, basically in reserves. The philosophy of the 1/3 partnership has been is supported through the existing policy that we actually have in place for Clearwater County, as well as the building on the success of the Sunchild Road project there, which we're saying we had those 1/3 partnerships. So that gets us right into the recommendations. 2A, that council consider funding 1/3 of the Township Road 42-5A grading base pave project once the funding for the remaining 2/3 balance is in place. And that recommendation 2B, the council considers directing administration to submit a formal request to the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors, outlining the challenges in securing additional partner funding and request further grant support. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Floor is open for councillors' comments at this time or questions. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
Just one quick question. This letter that follows shortly afterwards, is that the one that would go with 2B if that was to proceed?
That was the sample letter provided, yes.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
The 450 that we had put into a budget already? Where did that money go back into?
So that goes back into the restricted surplus, and that is included in the 8,750,000.
Okay, so it went back into this fund. So to date, we've spent 147,000 already on preliminaries, and then you're gonna do another 200,000 if we get going on that, right?
No, that would only be if we actually get approval. So that,
Yeah,
I was
if-
just trying to
if we get
provide a
the-
forecast that if council wanted to move forward, if those, you know, kind of the philosophy first and then the work plan second. So if we actually were successful in getting that remaining balance,
Yeah.
that would be the forecast moving forward. We start with the detailed design and then move forward from there.
Okay, one other question, well, when they're rebuilding that portion that they've given us the 450 back, they're building it back to our standard and to a gravel standard only. On
So-
that abutment that they're building, it's not gonna go to pavement.
The portion on reserve, I believe, is going to be pavement. So they're not.
The portion that's gonna be in Clearwater County, that's back to a gravel standard to equivalent to what the road is now, right?
So they're actually not extending back into Clearwater County at all. So all of their work is gonna be done on reserve now. So they've changed their design. So the previous design, they were going to realign a portion of our road. So
Yeah.
they've changed their design. They've basically, if you can imagine, last time we were out there, it's a radius curve that goes down to the bridge. What they've done is they've moved the bridge a little bit farther to the west, but they've tightened up their radius, so they're gonna start right at the reserve boundary and then dive down onto their new bridge. So there will be there's no work required on Clearwater County land.
Perfect, thank you.
You bet.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
On the funding, it says, the government of Alberta, number one, that the government of Alberta commits to a funding commitment of up to 17,600,000. We don't have an additional partner, so like up to, if they only did, well, we're only asking for up to, let's give them 15 million. Like, who's gonna make the difference? We need the 17.6 or we can't do the project at all.
That is the risk, I guess, you know, as we've, I said, they're not for lack of effort, you know, and that's, you know, the lobby effort to for other partners has been ongoing since 2014. This is basically looking at the province saying, we need you to be the 2/3 partner. So if they come back with a counter proposal, we'd be happy to bring back to this council for consideration.
Okay.
But that's why we've also, it comes back to the philosophy. Are we willing to put in more than the 1/3? But we're looking for that clarity today. Anything could happen with they could thank us for our letter. You know, as we were kind of discussing yesterday about letter writing. And it's important, you know, but we don't always get what we ask for, but we're always hopeful.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
Yes, and on that, I believe it should be, ask that the government of Alberta commit to a funding commitment of 17.6, because we don't have extra to give. And if we're asking, we should ask for what we need. Because up to, if, like you said, if they come in short of that, we're still not able to come up with more. We're already strapped what we can to do 1/3. So that's my take on it. We wouldn't wanna give an option if you're gonna do it. Fund more than 1/3, this is how much we need you to fund. My take on that. The other thing that I was wanting to ask about was, and I think Councillor Cermak touched on that a bit. We've had in the neighborhood of 145,000 to WSP for extensive preliminary design and survey on the road. I'm just, I would like to see that we don't spend any more until we know it's going ahead. Because the 2 times it was done were quite a ways apart. What was the last one was on 2016, was it?
2014.
2014? 2014, that's a lot of money that we've spent on the survey and that stuff. So until we get the go-ahead, how long does it take? Will we need to have more done again, or are we able to go forward if it's, you know, next year or 5 years from now when this goes ahead? Are we able to just go ahead with the surveys and stuff that have been done now? Nothing would really have changed?
Well, it depends on how much time, you know, as industry continues to progress, more pipelines are installed, more crossings are created. That would be identified in the detailed design. That's why we kind of indicated that $200,000. So that would confirm, they would confirm the original survey as well as get in all the wetland applications and any other permitting that would be required, and that would take about that 8 to 10 months. We'd have to do, again, First Nation consultation for the additional land required. So about 8 to 10 months to get that project ready to be tendered.
Yeah, so knowing that, I think we should just keep that in mind. I wouldn't want to have another one done and 2 years from now it goes ahead, we've got to do another one again. My thought is we could just hold off on any more survey until we actually get confirmation we're going ahead. That was my concern. Thank you.
I have one question, Director Hansen, just regarding the funding, if there'd be, and just to get your input on this, that the government of Alberta commit to a 2/3 funding commitment, just rather than having the 17,600,000 as a set number. What's your opinion on making it, clarifying it as a 2/3 funding commitment?
I have no concerns, however, like, or again, your name's at the bottom of it there, so we'd be happy to adjust it to whatever you want to see. Honestly, and even the number itself, that estimate is a couple of years old now. If we're going to be paying $2 a liter in diesel, that price is likely going to change. There again, I don't really even want to invest in again, doing more survey, more engineering to update the estimate when those numbers continue to change constantly. So maybe it is more appropriate to just identify that a 2/3 partner. Identifying this is an order of magnitude. Of course, you need to be able to say, you know, the last estimate was $26 million. We're looking for a 2/3 partner. I kind of picked the wording as it was closely associated with the approval letter that was provided to us, so that we're speaking the same language, the one that we received a couple of years ago. But if council would prefer to see a 2/3 reference instead of, you know, just with an order of magnitude around the $17.6 million plus inflation, then I think that would probably be a better accurate description of what we'll need.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify that, and there has been, you know, Councillor McCauley, Councillor Humphrey raised that question too, and my name might be on the bottom of this thing, but it's on the bottom of this thing because of the support of council. Yeah. So really, it's all of council. Yep. So there's that for possible amendment. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm going to take a little different approach to this in that we've already far exceeded the expenditure that the citizens of Clearwater County are willing to and capable of making on this project for people that are not members of Clearwater County. We have dated infrastructure that is in much need of repair, and the thought of increasing these funds any greater than they already are is just, it's not acceptable. So I think this needs to read that we are willing to contribute to a maximum of set amount. I think that should be going back to when this agreement was initially brought about, and that should be 8 million maximum. And if the province wishes to pick up the rest, or the federal government wishes to pick up the rest, then they can do so. But this idea that this can drag on for we're talking about, what, a decade now? Like, it's ridiculous. We're stealing from Clearwater County taxpayers to pay for a road that not a single Clearwater County taxpayer other than industry utilizes. So this, not to be, try to be rude or anything, but I think maybe the way this is worded, it puts us in a position where we could be liable for millions more in construction costs than the 8.8 million, especially if this drags out for another 2-3 years. And there's no way we can afford that. I'm sorry. And we're talking about an establishment or a reservation that has paved access to a paved road that literally takes the same amount of time as it does to take the gravel road. So the whole thing, I think, needs to be rethought, and putting ourselves out there on this increasing scale, it's not sustainable.
So I guess on that item, and that would be more on the clarity for the 2/3 so that there aren't escalated costs that could fall on and be on burden of Clearwater County.
If we leave it as 2/3, then it's 2/3 of whatever the cost is in 2, 3, 4, or 5 years. It could be $20 million, could be 2/3. We have no idea. We need to put a cap on this, right? This is what we're willing to give. We've already given more than we can give. It's money that we could have used elsewhere is just sitting there waiting for whatever governmental interrelationship reasons, I do not know. But the people of Clearwater County could really use that money.
Oh yeah, there's a shortfall of funds, that's for sure. Many industry workers that do travel on that road are residents of Clearwater County. Many residents that travel that road for emergency services are residents of Clearwater County. Many industry workers that travel that road are residents of Clearwater County. So for safety measures, it can have an impact on Clearwater County residents. Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to concur with Deputy Reeve McKay there that if this has been drug out for 10 years and we keep messing around for another 10 years, yeah, exactly. We could be into it for 20 million, or the county could be into the taxpayers for 20 million, and I think put a firm cap on it and just say we're committed to 8 million, and everybody else get yourself together. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know. Do we have safety statistics, or how many with the gravel standard, dust, vehicle movements, collisions, stars? What are the impacts on emergency services and the costs to the community? Mr. Emmons, go ahead.
Thank you, Northcott. I don't have those statistics handy with me today for council's conversation to add, but I did want to perhaps try and assist council. You know, of course, with the suggested motion before council, could easily put the remaining 2/3 up to, as Deputy Reeve McKay has suggested, up to a maximum of. And again, you know, going back to strategic planning, as Ms. Serhan pointed out, these are council's reserves. At any time, they could be reallocated. You know, they are your reserves.
Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
So is this something then we could put out a request, put a cap on it, and put a time limit that, because you're right, the county could really use this money somewhere else. If it's not dealt with, we can put a time limit, you know, in the next 12 months or 24 months or whatever it is, and then otherwise we could allocate that money in there and use it as we need for the water and sewer in Caroline that we know needs. That's a real need, not just a want. That's a real need in our county. So are we able to do that?
Mr. Emmons, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Councillor Humphries. Short answer, yes. You know, it is part of strategic planning. Council could reallocate those funds into other priorities. Not saying this wouldn't be a council priority any longer. It just, we wouldn't have the third in reserves for. Continue the lobby efforts, and see where it goes, so to speak. Or council could keep the third there for a time period. And if, again, this project, it absolutely amazes me that the federal government hasn't latched onto it, because it's resource-based. Clearwater County taxpayers utilize this road, but there isn't one deeded quarter along this road. It makes great sense to fit into a third. I think it's fantastic that our provincial government sees the wisdom and the value in stepping forward. I do believe it's ridiculous the federal government doesn't. Council could date that and ask administration to bring it back in 2-3 years, see where the status is at, and then look at reserves. It's anything, it's council's authority.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Emmons. That, to me, I think we really need to put a timeline on it. We wouldn't want to allocate those funds out of there and then, 2 months later we get the okay and we've already spent it. That would be really poor on our part. But if we go ahead and put a timeline on this is when this has to happen, or it's already gone on 12 years, we can't have it go on for another 12. To me, that would make sense.
I think this is good discussion, and we can have amendments to this letter to really suit the balance of this council and the direction that Clearwater County is headed. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you. Would a 24-month timeframe on a project like this, like not to be completed, but at least to have started on it? We'll keep the funds in reserves for another 2 years to allow the funding to get in place, but if the project isn't started before then those funds will be reallocated?
Mr. Emmons, go ahead.
If I may, for those funds to be reallocated, unless there's a specific motion to that effect, may I respectfully suggest to council for a level of comfort that together we'll continue our efforts to lobby, look for that third, but administration brings it forward in 2 years as a status report so that council can then decide where are we at, what's the current position, is there hope, no, yes, and make the decision at that time.
Yeah, and I just think adding a time frame to this letter in request for funding would probably really change things. And I think if that was done 10 years ago, it would have really changed things, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. We can't continue to let it drag on. So, I mean, I'm not the wordsmith here that knows what the provincial and federal government want to see. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we have to go to these lengths. But surely somebody can word this with a time frame so that they understand that if it's not done by this point, our funds are going to be reallocated.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, exactly. Put the time frame on it, and after that time frame, the money will be gone, and so therefore they will have to wait on us next go around until we can raise that money again. Thank you.
Councillor Powell, go ahead.
I can understand what everyone in the room is saying. I just think that we need to make sure to approach it in a very diplomatic way so that the letter is received well, would be my only thing. I understand exactly what you're saying, the frustration with having that amount of money sitting in an account essentially, and it's sitting there, and I can see that this is being pushed from all sides and we're not getting the support we need, but I just hope that this letter is done in a very diplomatic way, because I feel if there's any threats on either side, that's not constructive. Not saying that that's been, but just if we're putting dates in, just in a constructive way.
No, I would also agree that there does need to be, this project has been going on or talked about for too long, but to sort of close this, either the province will understand that they have to provide the 2/3 and the project will go ahead, or after a certain date, these funds could be reallocated to other priorities in Clearwater County. I'm trying to find a spot where that wording could be included in here, and I'm just, at this point in time, I'm not finding a spot, but Director Hansen, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, there's enough substantial changes in there that we'd completely redraft the letter. You know, hitting on the highlights of the maximum of the $8 million. And then it's not really 2/3, it's the balance of the project cost to be funded with then the highlight, and the other one would be the 24-month. Basically, council will be looking to reallocate after the 24-month period. If those are the kind of the three key elements I've seen, that would have to be, I say, we'll redraft a new letter completely.
Yeah, really, that way the province would be able to receive this letter, and they would be able to make a decision whether they're going to choose to fund it or not, and then this council can make a decision to reallocate those funds for other priorities in the community. So I guess at this time, is there a motion that would be required, or have you sort of got the consensus of council?
I think we would like a motion, basically, that would describe that, you know, council will move forward with the Township Road 42-5A project with the county contribution up to a maximum of $8 million. That provides, I think, what we were really looking for, to have a motion in place. Because we've always talked about the philosophy of this, and we've brought it back at least 3 councils times now, and never a motion to actually support that. So this to me would be, would actually have something we can latch onto as a motion from council, that the council's committed up to a maximum of $8 million for this project.
Yeah, and proper wording to accommodate the time frame. Like, how do we capture that time frame so that this doesn't go on for another decade?
Yeah, and to be, yeah.
No, I understand it'll be in the same motion, but the wording is what I'm looking for. So a motion would be to fund it.
With a commitment from other funding partners within 24 months. I don't know.
Within 24 months of the date of the letter.
Go ahead, Jen.
Ms. Thompson, go ahead, please.
This is my kick at the can.
Okay, thank you very much.
That the county will contribute 1/3 of the cost of up to $8 million if the remainder of the funding is secured within the next 24 months. End date April 1st, 2028.
Sounds suitable. I think.
Well, she said up to a maximum of 8 million.
Is that satisfactory, Eric?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay, are there any other amendments, or is there anybody opposed to that motion that is being drafted? Seeing none, is there anybody that would formally like to make that motion? Okay, Deputy Reeve McKay. I don't have that wording, Jana, just to
Want me to go again?
Pardon me?
Are you asking me to go again?
yeah, just for the wording of the motion to formally put it on the floor for a vote.
That Clearwater County agrees to contribute 1/3 of the cost, up to $8 million, if the remainder of the funding is secured within the next 24 months. For a township, yes. Yeah.
And with the, what did you have on the end of that, Jana, for the date? So cost up to $8 million.
April 1st, 2028.
Sorry, if accepted by April, so cost up to $8 million, then what was that, the wording after that?
$8 million if the remainder of the funding is secured within the next 24 months. And I put April 1st, 2028 as approximately 24 months from today's date.
If the-
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay that Clearwater County fund 1/3 of the cost, up to $8 million, if the remaining of the funding is approved. I'm still missing the last little bit there. And just for process, I just have to repeat the motion so it's formally on the table.
I think we can simplify that a bit too.
Yeah, or if we could just put it on the screen. My apologies, I just can't write fast enough here.
I got it in my head.
I'll put it on the screen in a second. So I've got that council agrees to contribute 1/3 of the costs, up to $8 million of the Township Road 42-5A grading base pave project. If the remainder of the funding is secured within the next 24 months.
I think that meets the intention, yeah. That is the motion on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, it could just read for the term of 24 months. And the end of funding is, the remainder of the funding is not secured by then. Whatever, we can just leave it the way it is. Sounds good.
Officially, that motion I will declare is on the floor for a vote. Are there any more comments, questions, decisions, or discussion, sorry? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to item 8.2.2, Caroline 49th Street Upgrades Tender Award. Oh, go ahead.
Just looking for one more, actually, there was 3 recommendations that came with that project. One was the council consider removing the $450,000 funded for the Resource Road Restricted Surplus for the Township Road 42-5A realignment project from the approved 2026 budget. So that, we'll be looking at that as a motion. And then we've dealt with basically 2A, and we just be looking that council direct administration to submit a formal letter to the Minister of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors outlining as the items we discussed here today for the letter.
Okay. Looking for discussion on these or council member to make a motion? Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that council considers removing the $450,000 funding for the Resource Road Restriction Surplus for the Township Road 42-5A realignment project from the approved 2026 budget.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Cermak on the floor. The council consider removing the $450,000 funded from the Resource Road Restricted Surplus for the Township Road 42-5A realignment project from the approved 2026 budget. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. There's an additional motion required. If the council member would like to make that. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. I would motion the council considers directing administration to submit a formal request to the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors outlining the challenges in securing additional partner funding and request further grant support as per the previous motion with the changes to the letter as discussed.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. That concludes item 8.2.1. Now we'll move on to 8.2.2, Caroline 49th Street Upgrades Tender Award, page 114. And again, Director Hansen, if you'd like to proceed and present this item.
Yes, good afternoon again. So as I alluded to yesterday during strategic planning, we're here to present this tender award. I am going to turn the floor over to Ms. Regland there to go through the agenda item.
Good afternoon, Council. So a tender opening was held on March 12th for the Caroline 49th Street Upgrades Project. The project includes upgrading existing sanitary lines, asbestos cement water lines, stormwater asphalt, and sections of concrete curb and sidewalk for a length of 210 meters. This project is along 49th Street from 48th Ave to the southern limit. So this is the trunk where all of the sanitary flows from the hamlet come into and then head to the lagoon. So a total of 5 bids were received, and the official tender results are summarized in the table. Urban Dirt Works was the lowest at $925,837, and that includes site occupancy and GST. And then UG Excavating was the high bid at $1,186,640. And then I summarized a breakdown of the project costs. So you have the construction costs, which are excluding the site occupancy days. So site occupancy is the number of days that they anticipate they will be working on site. So if they go over those days, they pay the county in a penalty. If they are under those days, the county would pay them back that amount of days. So that's why we included a possible site occupancy bonus. So it would be $1,500 a day. And based on actual site days. We like to keep that included in the total. It just helps us hold them responsible to the timeline, especially when they're affecting residents and it's very intrusive in front of their houses. The summary also includes a contingency of 10%, consulting services, so that's all the on-site inspections, post-construction. Possible APC bonus would be referring to the asphalt lift that we are putting in. So the total estimated cost of the project is $1,036,891. So the project is approximately $312,000 over the budgeted amount to $725,000. The project has experienced a budget increase driven by uncertainty and escalation in diesel pricings, on-site engineering requirements, and adjustments identified through detailed design process. The original budget was developed using preliminary assumptions. As the design process, a more accurate understanding of the site conditions and construction needs resulted in an updated cost. I also want to just say I was given the total throughout a breakdown, and it was a bit of my also error analyzing how much the project would be in 26 and 27. So therefore, staff are presenting 2 options for council's consideration. The council award the 49th Street upgrade project to Urban Dirt Works and allocate the required $312,000 from the Alberta Community Partnership Grant. We've also referred to it as a transitional grant that we did obtain through the amalgamation process. And option 2 is council can choose to cancel the project as its entirety is over budget. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you. Have we received the funds for the Alberta Community Partnership Grant yet? I thought yesterday we were told we hadn't received them yet.
I'm not sure one way or the other if we received it. I don't know if this grant is a reimbursement or if it was paid up front, but it wouldn't be recognized as revenue until the work is completed.
So we don't know for sure if we would get that 312,000?
No, we would get it. We would get it. It's just, I don't know if the Alberta government has forwarded those funds in advance or if we have to submit our invoices to receive those funds.
So they're not currently part of the Caroline surplus. These are funds in addition to
exactly
our current restricted surplus.
Yeah, we wouldn't recognize them as revenue until the work is completed.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
And secondly, with regards to the consulting services, do we not have the in-house expertise to handle that?
Director Hansen, go ahead, please.
Yeah, short answer is no. This project does need to be managed. Their material testing is also included in there. The ACP testing, those are done through our engineering services. So we don't, the expertise and just the manpower, we don't have enough staff to look after a project. You know, this combined with the other, we actually have a very heavy capital projects load this year, upwards of 40 different projects. So This type of project management, we contract out.
Okay, it just seems like 15% of the total project cost is a fairly extreme number for consulting services, but.
Yeah, it seems a little bit higher. I think with the undergrounds, there again, we don't have an abundance of experience with deep utilities, you know, as we've done a little bit in Condor and Leslieville, which are only sanitary because we don't have a water system there. And then new construction in Nordegg. So we have a pretty good idea about what the new construction costs are, but because this is, you know, having to excavate and abate the asbestos cement, as well as dealing with the existing infrastructure there, it's again, it's a little bit new to our team, but again, it's something we've inherited with our new amalgamation.
Maybe after the first section, we'd have a little more expertise on it.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a learning experience for all of us, including, you know, our estimates there, as, you know, as we can see, now that we have pricing for, you know, relative pricing there, that's close to that $5,000 a meter, we'll be able to estimate much closer there on the balance of these projects moving forward.
Thanks.
Councillor Levin, go ahead, please.
What type of a time frame are they looking at for this? Approximately.
They are approximately going to be working for 45 days, and they want to start, weather dependent, potentially as soon as May.
June, May? Okay, what's gonna be available for backup facilities for these people that will not be able to use the sewer system?
So we did speak to that during the tendering process. We haven't spoke to the contractor on their particular process, just due to the fact we haven't awarded it to them yet. And we have identified temporary water lines. There will be some minimal shutdowns. We're trying to limit it to about 4 hours at a time, but we have identified temporary services well the entire 45-day construction.
Okay.
But yes, there will be minimal disruptions, yes.
Yes, and so that'll be an extra cost then over and above this contract, or is this
No,
included?
no, that was included in the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion, comments, or motion? Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
Yes, I'd make a motion that council award the Caroline 49th Street upgrades project to Urban Dirt Works Inc.
Okay, and so that would be option one, and reallocate.
Do both at the same time?
No, if you're willing to make the motion, I'll repeat it to formally put it on the floor, and then we'll have a further discussion on that motion. But you're willing to make the motion for option one is?
Yeah, I can make for option two as well if we want to do it all at once, but.
Well, option one would be to proceed, and option two would be to cancel it.
Oh, I thought that was that we upgrade the budget by the.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I see, yep, there's a.
Looking for two motions.
Yeah.
One at a time, okay, so
right,
the first one to award it.
Right.
I was looking at a different page than everybody else. Because mine wasn't a cancellation. I'm not gonna motion we do it and then motion we don't do it. I've had a rough day, but it hasn't been that rough.
No, it's all good, yeah, I was looking at page 115 and you were on page 114, so. Okay, so Councillor Humphreys made the motion that council award the 49th Street upgrades project to Urban Dirtworks Inc. Okay, correct. That is the official motion on the floor. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I see that you have in your background there that it says that the project location is 49th Street from 48th Avenue to the south limit of the hamlet of Caroline. Have we inspected from the south limit to the lagoon what that pipe is like?
That was not included in our 2025 sanitary and infrastructure inspection. However, that was upgraded in 2012. So we didn't do the in-depth inspection on it to date. We just encompassed the hamlet. Yeah.
So we're just assuming that it's in good shape and it can handle.
From 2012, yes, and we've not found any issues appearing, like settling, extra sanitary coming up, so it wasn't included in our original one. However, if it's something that council would like to see a more in-depth on, we can include that in our work plan.
No, I was just wondering if it was done or not.
Yeah, we're hoping the 2012 is still okay, yes.
Yeah, I would hope, yes.
Most recent lines completed in the Caroline infrastructure upgrades, they actually, instead of going angled across the landowner to the south, they actually realigned it and went over and then paralleled along the Caroline South Road and then crossed over. So it's one of the newest projects there that Caroline did.
So it should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
And it was done with updated pipe then, rebuilt completely? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's one of the few projects we actually have drawings for, which is great.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Now we'll move on to the second motion, which is quite different than cancellation. Councillor Humphrey, you'd like to make that motion?
I'll make that one as well.
Okay, so Councillor Humphrey makes a motion that council consider increasing the Caroline 49th Street upgrades budget by $312,000 and increase the grant funding from Alberta Community Partnerships Transition Grant by the same amount.
That's correct.
Okay, so we have an official motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none? Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion again is supported by council. Thank you, Director Hansen and staff, for providing the background report and all the information on this item. Moving into reports. Items 9 and 9.1 is the CAO report on page 116.
Good afternoon, Raven Council. The March 24th, 2006 CAO report, the Alberta Community Partnership Program Conditional Grant Agreement Amendment. Clearwater County received an amended conditional grant agreement from the Government of Alberta's Municipal Restructuring Component Transition and Infrastructure Stream to assist with a portion of the costs related to the amalgamation with the former village of Caroline. The amended amount is $1,890,000, an increase from the previous grant amount of $1,200,000. A smaller portion of the grant can be used towards transition activities such as financial audits with the pre-structured municipality, community engagement activities, integration of administration systems, and legal costs. A larger portion of the grant is earmarked for infrastructure repairs, such as upgrading existing sanitary systems, water mains, paving of 49th Street and 48th Avenue in the hamlet of Caroline. Next item is the Alberta Community Crime Prevention Association, the ACCPA conference. The ACCPA conference theme for 2026 is United for Change, strengthening partnerships for long-term community safety. The program is intended to address community safety issues for Alberta communities in rapidly changing times. The ACCPA membership comprises urban, rural, remote rural, Indigenous, Métis settlements and diverse cultures, as well as representation from law enforcement, municipalities, agencies, government agencies, and community groups. As always, the annual conference will feature 2 streams of presentations that will be of interest to all who attend. The conference will be held May 4th to 6th in Calgary this year. As per policy, this is an approved event and a motion is not required to approve attendance. Resolutions at the RMA for the 2026 Spring Convention. The following resolutions were brought forward to the 2026 Spring RMA Conference during resolution session. The RMA website provides details and information on and updates regarding the resolutions that are attached. And they are listed below.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for CAO Emmons regarding the CAO report? If not, we can move into Capital Project Status Update Report for March 2026 on page 118. And I'll pass the floor over to Director Hansen.
He's just
on the Senate.
Oh, there we go. Oh, he's got it right here. Really, it's quite early in our capital projects construction realm, really, we've been just busy getting all of our procurement done. We've done quite well. Just for council's information, we only typically come back for a tender award if a project's over budget. So we've tendered, like, for example, our asphalt overlay, which we can see in the report. We were about $600,000 under budget there on that project, as well as the cistern there out in Cougar Ridge. You know, we were successful in doing all that procurement there, and we were under budget. So the only time we come back to council, other than in this report, is to identify anomalies such as overages in budget. So that's why we had this item here today with that budget adjustment. So, yeah, there again, is there any specific questions there? There's a lot of projects still that are just in process. I see Mr. Cully's already got.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Just a question. There's one where it's a historical survey error. What, you had to go through and meet with all the landowners, it said. Due to a historical survey error that predates the county's required to purchase all the land.
Yeah, so we discussed this during the 2026 budget deliberations. It was one of the very first capital projects we identified. It was a surveying anomaly there that basically the road was constructed to a 30-meter right-of-way with only a 20-meter survey. So all of the back slopes and the ditch bottoms are basically outside of the county boundaries. So it's rare, but it's something that did come across our desk as a priority from the surveying group there to us to clean this up.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council regarding the capital project status update? Seeing none.
How do you get touchscreen?
Moving into item 9.3, Clearwater Emergency Services Report. Are there any questions or comments from council on that report? Seeing none at this time. Councillor remuneration reports. Any comments, questions? Seeing none. Rocky RCMP crime statistics. And everybody has had time to review these reports. We'll move into verbal council reports, and then what we'll do is we'll accept all these reports as information after verbal council reports. So at this time, we'll move over to Councillor Powell, and we'll start with verbal council reports.
Thank you. On March 11th, I attended the MPC. There seems to be a lot of focus on what happens on Tuesdays in council, so I thought maybe I would read off just what happened in March during the MPC to highlight that there is a lot of things that are going on that maybe not everybody is aware of, and I just wanted to give thanks to Reeve Northcott going online and being able to see the minutes and the agendas has made it easy to draw this up. So on the 11th, I did attend the MPC. We did do 5 tours. I'm just going to give a couple of the highlights. I won't go through everything. We did pass an application on second title out of a quarter section. That didn't have to come here. We toured some highway development, hamlet multiple dwellings. There was an approval for stage 2 of the creation of 8 parcels on the second stage. So these parcels that I've created are from 3 to 4.5 acres in size. So there's definitely movement and appropriate development is being allowed. Again, that did not have to come to council. There was quite a few temporary business permit applications and development permit applications that come through. So just because everybody who's listening and watching, you might only see some things here that happen on Tuesdays, MPC is busy and there is lots of different development that are happening that is definitely encouraging for the residents here in Clearwater County. Aside from that, I did get to attend RMA. We did get to have a meeting, some of us at the legislature. My positive takeaway from that was there was the lots of good conversation about seniors housing in Clearwater County. RMA was busy and good. I was happy to be back to beautiful Clearwater County. I attended strategic planning with everybody yesterday. There has been a lot of emails that have come through. I do challenge everybody out there to reach out to their calendar or their counselors to ask on facts. There's a lot of us here that would like to speak to you, and so please pick up the phone or we can come find you. But yeah, we're here to help with facts.
Thank you for your report, Councillor Powell. Are there any questions for Councillor Powell on her report? If not, we'll move on to Councillor Letwin.
Yes, thank you. Up at the MRA with the Medicine River watershed legislation, we were supposed to meet with Premier there, but he was, our Mr. Nixon, pardon me, he was unable to make it, and some other people, but it was very fulfilling in some ways. Right now, Paramount Resources and Spartan Delta are the main ones in this area. Paramount Resources, I've spoken with Dwayne Stauffer on several occasions, and Spartan Delta with Bruce Cost, which Councillor Humphrey and I still haven't had a chance to go have coffee with him yet. So that's coming up. Paramount Resources naturally have their recycling ponds that they're working on. It is estimated that it'll help up to about 20% of the use of the fresh water. Medicine River is still taking out, or pardon me, Paramount Resources still taking out of the Medicine River, but also the Clearwater, a certain amount from there also. Spartan Delta is looking at drilling a well into the Haynes aquifer. It's a sandstone membrane at 12,000 feet, 400 meters approximately. This will be a test well, and again, if this pans out, they'll be drilling more wells, and hopefully save on 20% fresh water is the idea there. Information, part of the presentation indicates currently 4.5 million cubic meters is approved for removal from the Medicine River. 1 cubic meter equals 220 gallons of water. That would fill 1,900 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That's for the upcoming season. So that was very educational. There's more work to be done, and one thing and another, but we're trying to communicate with the oil companies with my oil background for the county, keep them going, as well as preserving fresh water. And it seems pretty positive, I think. MRA, Daniel Smith, 8,000 new jobs, or 80,000 new jobs. I didn't realize that our population, though, was up to 6 million in the province. So that was kind of a shocker. And IT technology was interesting, and nuclear power plant is interesting also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin, for your report. Are there any questions for Councillor Letwin? Seeing none, we'll move on to Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. It wasn't a terribly busy 2 weeks. Last FCSS meeting in Rocky here at the town office, we actually spent a lot of time discussing Caroline Neighbourhood Place and how to help them out. So that was fairly productive. Did some work on figuring out some oddities with the Lesaville ball diamonds, thanks to Director Van Newkirk. She's for helping with that. That was interesting finding out that nobody actually owns those ball diamonds. So we're working through how we can assist there. We had our strategic planning meeting yesterday, and other than that, a bit of a sidebar here that this is some new news. It was brought to my attention that there's some community members that are looking at possibly constructing a dome-type facility on the east side of Clearwater County somewhere. It's believed that with the influx in baseball teams in this area and soccer and et cetera, that one of these facilities similar to what's in Gasoline Alley would really benefit the county. and could service Sylvan Lake and other areas being on the east side. So I'm not sure exactly where the county's fits into this, whether it's maybe land somehow or some sort of assistance in this project, but it's something that will be coming forward. Something I thought I'd share.
Are there any comments or questions for Deputy Reeve at this time? Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
That's really interesting to hear. Those domes get a pile of use. I know the one in Red Deer does, in Gasoline Alley. Just a pile of use, and it's really something for the kids to be able to go there and practice year-round. Gives them that option. That I know my grandson, does football, and he's able to go to the dome in Red Deer and take on practices and stuff and play there. So it's really interesting to hear that there's something like that, you know, proposed for our area.
Yeah, it creates a lot of opportunity, and I think would be very well used.
Yeah, I think so too. I think even the location you mentioned is kind of ideal, because like I said, with my grandkids, I know they're into all kinds of things like that. They're in Sylvan, that would give them just another option as well. So.
Yeah, somewhere near Leslieville, maybe on some land that the county might own near Leslieville.
Yeah, something weird.
Something to consider. It was mentioned. Anyway.
Okay. Councillor McCully, go ahead.
I'm gonna be repeating a lot of the same things everyone else repeated, so I'll go to things that haven't been repeated. I think one of the big things out of RMA that hasn't been brought up is the work we did with the town of Rocky Mountain House. All of the just sit downs with them on what we could do or what are the options for the future. So people looking forward to working together with the town of Rocky Mountain House. I think that was a really good positive out of RMA. Apart from everything else everyone did, I wasn't at the strategic planning meeting yesterday. I was at a kids skiing thing. It was fun. Then my computer shut off, so I can't see my calendar. I didn't have as much. RMA was good. Lots of meetings. Got to see lots of people falling asleep in meetings. It was it was good. For the next couple weeks, I have AB Munis I'm going to, and I guess I'm going after this meeting tonight because I have a course at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yeah, that's really about all I got going on.
Okay, are there any questions for Councillor McCully? Seeing none, Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yeah, since our last regular council meeting, I went to RMA on Monday. I went to a councillor's role in service delivery. It was pretty dry. It was a lot of information. Rick Hawkins was the one that was delivering it. He said it's his first time he's ever done one of these things, so he was just new to it. And he said the biggest thing I took away from it was risk management, and along with that, planning ahead. So taking your risks of whatever your projects you're doing or whatever you want to deliver for service in here, take a look at the risk, manage it, and look ahead a couple, 3 years on what you need to do to get the projects done and not put the county in any bad way. And then the rest of the RMA was pretty uneventful. I talked to a lot of people that have a lot of the same problems we have. Funding is always top of the one. Everybody seems to be short, and it seems like the Alberta government is going to be cutting back. They're in a $9.6 billion deficit, so we probably will be cut some in our funding from them. On the 19th, myself and the Reeve attended the senior housing. It was our financial audit for the year. Audit looks great. Everything was approved and sent in to the government to be approved. And it looks like, well, I will say that I presented a senior housing complex for Caroline, a 20-unit piece. I presented the building and the outlook and what it looks like. and everything, and the senior council, or the Rocky Senior Housing, Vanessa Kidd has said that she would take a look at that and see what we can do and where the finances can come from. So I'm like Deputy Reed, there may be an ask for some land and maybe some assistance just in backing if this goes ahead, if it falters or something, that the county would be the safety net sort of thing. But it's just in the preliminary minutes and seeing what is going to happen, and Vanessa is going to look into that, and she'll be probably reporting back to us in the next meeting. I think that's the gist I got out of that one. And our strategy meeting, I think, went very well on the 23rd. I think we covered a lot of stuff and got a lot of stuff done. And that's it.
Are there any questions for Councillor Sturmack? Seeing none. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, as everybody has alluded to all around the chamber here, we've had a busy time with RMA. We did get to put some stuff forward to MLA Jason Nixon. Lots of good information was shared at the RMA. Lots of the ministers were there to answer questions. So it was a really good event. That's been talked about on here. The one thing I was at the last West Central stakeholders meeting that I was at, they're having an agricultural landowners surface rights open house. That's going to be held in Condor at the community hall, and that's on Thursday, April 2nd, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Now this should be really good. It'll be all about your surface rights as an agricultural landowner. There's going to be there'll be reps from AER will be there on site to answer questions. They'll be able to provide valuable insights and answer questions you have. They'll be there to help you understand your surface rights, give you face-to-face engagement with representatives. You'll be able to learn about their rent recovery, damage applications, and more, and get answers to questions and guidance on your next steps forward. So I think this is going to be really a really good event for any landowners in Clearwater County to attend. And again, it's April 2nd from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the Condor Community Hall. And there'll be some presentations from the representatives that will begin at 3:15. So stop in and come early and learn all you can, get your questions answered. And again, there's no appointment needed, and there'll just be light refreshments will be provided. Right, and that's pretty much what I've got.
Are there any questions for Councillor Humphrey? I'm seeing none. Thank you for the report, Councillor Humphrey. I attended many of the same events as well. MPC has been busy. While Edmonton at RMA, we did have an opportunity to meet with Minister Nixon. We did discuss school bus safety. We also discussed the school utilization formula on how schools are built. And we did have a long discussion regarding seniors housing, as that is his ministry. For the he did indicate that there's a need for additional seniors housing in this region, and there's a willingness that there wasn't a guarantee that the Alberta government would fund it, but there was a strong desire in those conversations that the Alberta government will support this initiative. I also had the opportunity to do a lot of networking with other municipalities and other council members, mayors and reeves. I had some really good discussions with other municipalities regarding the All Seasons Act and the impacts that that tourism initiative would have on their municipalities regarding additional population and municipal infrastructure that may need to be built and or upgraded. Also had the opportunity to speak with other municipalities regarding broadband and their annual operating and maintenance programs. And that sort of, oh, the FCSS, Family Community Support Services, they had a new decal that was discussed at our last meeting, but in one of the workshops, it was actually, that decal was issued out, it was discussed by the board and relayed, I think, just about 2 years ago, it was laid out, but it was up to each individual FCS office, is what I was told, that each individual office could adopt that new sign or not. So I know we talked about that at one of our previous FCSS meetings. So that concludes my report. Are there any questions for me? Seeing none. A motion to accept item 9, reports for information. Councillor Cermak.
Sure, I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Cermak makes the motion to accept the reports as information. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Item number 10, correspondence. We have, are there any questions or discussion on these correspondence items? Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
I had a brain fart. I would like to go back just one step.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Yeah. Next week, we have a real busy next 2 weeks. We are looking at the ASP for the Saunders Alexa White Goat. We have a bunch of open houses and everything on the next 2 week period. Just to make sure that everybody was aware and that everybody's invited to come and attend them. I forgot to put that in my report.
Excellent point. Thank you for bringing the awareness to that and to really let the community know that this council has initiated round 2 of public engagement for the Saunders, Lexo, White Goat nodes and those area structure plans. And so community members do have another opportunity to provide feedback to administration and council. So thank you, Councillor Cermak, for bringing that to light.
I forgot.
Back to correspondence, are there any, is there any discussion on item 10.1, the Alberta River Rat Society letter, and or item 10.2, the Rocky ATV Club invitation? CAO Emmons, please go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Not to jump out of order, but if I may just address 10.2, should council wish to attend, a motion would be required for attendance and remuneration on that one.
Okay, is there anybody willing to make a motion or bring forward a motion for council authorization for attendance and remuneration? Councillor, okay, on item 10.2, Councillor McCulley makes a motion to approve councillors' attendance for the Rocky ATV Club invitation and remuneration. Motion is on the floor. Is there any further discussion or questions? Seeing done, call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Are there any, is there any further discussion on these 2 items, or we can accept them as information?
I'll make a motion to accept them as information.
Okay, Councillor McCulley makes a motion to accept correspondence as information. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Notices of motion. Are there, I'm seeing none. There's been no notices brought forward. So moving into item 12, which is closed session. We're looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Letwin makes a motion to go into closed session. Thank you for the motion. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Welcome back from our closed session. We will be entertaining no motions coming out of closed session. And there's one final motion for today's, as we conclude the agenda and business for Clearwater County today. Motion for adjournment. Deputy Reeve McKay, you'd like to make that motion?
I will make the motion for adjournment. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for adjournment from Deputy Reeve McKay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.